Okay, welcome everyone. Let's do a sound check and we'll see what's happening here. Just a moment. All right, looks like we're good to go. So welcome on in. A special thank you to Mark Ellis for the super chat to start us off. Thanks a lot. That's a welcome, nice welcome, and I thank you for that. And thanks to everyone for being here super early, and apologize for being late. There's a lot that's going on, and so we're going to get into some things tonight, and we will start off with our breaking news. But before we get into all of that, I want to say hello to everyone who was here early and who's in the live chat. If you're not already in the live chat, come on and jump into the live chat. And special thank you to Amy for posting our support pathways, which are the Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee. You guys, please take advantage of that. If you'd like to contribute to the show. And so let's say hello to Mark Ellis, first here tonight. Yeah. And also Fur Baby Daddy says, I was like number 4. Welcome, Fur Baby Daddy. All right. And to Don McKenzie. All right. And also Miss Icy Cat. All right. And who else is here? Michael Lewis, L'Oreal, Niobe. Hello, Niobe. David Rogers. What's up, David Rogers? All right. Heather Brown. Rebecca Ann, 1965. All right. We got Tracy Fleetwood. Ricardo 2. Mino Dino. Dirty Diana. Also, we got Deb. And Amy Mickey. Digital. And Sweet Dude Shibby. All right. The whole Prof family's here tonight. What's up, guys? Thanks for being here. We got Carol, Stephanie. All right. Heather Brown. I already said hi. Okay. Ninja Warrior Assassin. What's up? All right. And Granny was slow, but she's old. Well, and there's Mark Ellis. Hi, Prof, starting on this earlier. Thank you, Mark. Everyone, please remember to keep chat respectful and stay classy, y'all. I mean, at a bare minimum. Ola Cat, what's up? And Nancy Drew 101's here. What's up, Nancy Drew? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. And it's nice to see. Wow. What do deserve all these regulars? I'm just trying to understand. I was thinking earlier, like it's the family. We got the props family. All right. Jalen, Lisa. All right. Who else? Jennifer Hoff. What's up, Jennifer? Your mom and him. Kayla. Okay. Miss Deb, hi. All right. And we got Nicole Watt. All right. Asha Harry, welcome. Dennis McKean, what's up, Dennis? What's up, Kat? And what's up, Faith Ross? Thanks everyone for coming in from the Lurker crew. Appreciate you guys coming into the chat. What's up, Keith? Lena, Elizabeth Jones, Spike Dog. There you go. Everyone's flooding in now. Let's see. All right. Possum Friend. There we go. Malibu. What's up, Malibu? Can't think of one. Hey, hey. Well, I don't know who you are, but what's up? What's up? It's a new day. One of my other favorite YouTubers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new day. All right. As far as Delphi is concerned, I got plenty who are not Delphi related. I love you too, Jennifer. Can't think of one. All right. 26 Dead Zombies, dude. What's up? Aaron Town, you got regulars because you provide quality content. Well, I'm never happy with it, but I know it's improved over time. So thank you for that kind word. But I just love having the regulars. It's so amazing to have a family in here. I mean, honestly, I thought about this. Okay, I'll take a pause and tell you what I was thinking earlier. I thought, wow, it's, we do like 3 or 4 hour shows several times a week. That's more than I've seen most of my family members in the past several years. So we spend more time together than family. And that's something else. Really is. What's up, Christina? All right. All right, you guys. Rebecca McRae, what's up? You went to the wrong channel. You mean the little channel? Well, hey, let me tell you guys some secrets. So the little channel, there are fewer ads because it's a smaller channel, and there are fewer chat members. So if you are antisocial and hate ads, go over to the small channel and you can be by yourself and have fewer ads interrupt your solitary confinement. What's up, Gretchen Allen? All right. Mimi's in the house. Who's your daddy? 11. All right. Kathy S. Hey, Kathy. Long time to see. Where you been? What's up, Kathy? JR Nana Boomer. Love and light to all. Much love to Prof, Super Mods, Incredible Chat, Peaceful Lurkers, as well as the crazy trolls. Have you noticed they've been a little quiet lately? I think the funding has dried up. Okay, so I've been talking to a few attorneys. I'll just go ahead and tell you what's going on. Been talking with a few attorneys about the theories behind all of this troll farm. And the consensus among 2 or 3 that I spoke to and myself, among all of us, we all kind of came to the conclusion that the funding must have dried up. Really. Can any of you think of a better reason why the trolls would have gone away? All we can assume is that the funding dried up. And so now that they're not being paid to terrorize us, they're gone. What's up, Leanne85? Steve Stubbs, what's up? Birdie81, hey, what's up? All right. K Special, what's up? All right, we're getting everyone in here. Slap the like. Hit the like you want to hit Sweet Nick. Okay. My daughter walks by TV and rolls her eyes and says, that guy again. Yeah. Yeah, daughter. Okay, let's see. No, the trolls only go where they're paid or otherwise incentivized. So I don't know if they're going to Karen Reed. Who's going to be paying them? But yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Hey, Eliana Davidson, what's up? And Digital, what's up, Digital? Okay. No, oh, there you go. Nobody Nothing 1717. What's up, Nobody Nothing? All right. So for those of you who care about the breaking news, I don't care as much about it. I must be honest with you. And I'll tell you why. So clearly there is clearly there's an effort to fortify the filings for appeal. Okay. And so, so I don't know if you've sort of picked up on the fact that the defense seems to be just kind of laying on the lanyard for the appeal, filing, I don't know, I guess reinforcing type of filings that don't present anything new, but sort of just reiterate points. And that's been going on with the past several filings. And we got another today. And so that's what we're dealing with today's filing. Is it's sort of an emphasizing of a prior issue, but all of that being stacked up for the case of appeals. Yeah, like New Day is saying, for the record. But let me say this, because ultimately I think it's going to come down to this, and you know that you should not expect any reason, any legitimacy, any giving on the part of this judge. It's going to be more of the same. Okay. But I thought of this too. I thought, wow, let's just accept the reality here that with this case, if this case does not successfully appeal, if it's not successful in appeals, that's going to be your primary indicator that this entire system in Indiana is absolutely rotten to the core. Because I was considering earlier, basically in thinking about this filing from today, which I'm going to tell you about shortly, I was thinking about all of the filings, or I was thinking about the entire case record that's going to appeal. And I thought, wow, think of everything that is going to be in front of this appeals court. Okay. And and I started to think about it, and I thought it's a non there's really no argument. Like, this should have success. Now, but I also thought of the flip side of that, which is that if this does not, if this goes in front of appeal and this does not have success with as hefty of a record as it is, and as alarming as this whole thing is, and with the public pressure that I'm sure the appeals panel will be well aware of, if this does not prove successful, you've truly got to think about what that says for Indiana and the Indiana courts. And the more I thought about that, I thought, wow, this is just it's one of those things where you never really know. You never really know. You don't know how it's going to go, but should this go the wrong way, it's going to be a huge red flag for Indiana. And I guess that's kind of was my conclusion. Because remember how every time we go over points, I say, yeah, but it gets worse, because there's so much bad and there's so much to it that it's just funny, because if you're looking at any one angle, there's 35 more. There's 35 other equally horrific takes on this. And that's the point, is that, wow, with everything being completely appalling, it's really concerning. And honestly, I don't know why we sit here. I was talking to someone the other day about echo chambers, and it's like, no, listen, this is not an echo chamber. What gets into an echo chamber is your own thought patterns, and your ability to reflect and self-doubt. Those things are like, say, if you know what an echo chamber is in physics and how waveforms work, when two waves come together destructively, they cancel each other out, and you have a sort of a negative interference. And it's kind of interesting, because I think about that as far as thought patterns and thought forms and waves. So as you start to, as this knocks around in your mind and the thought patterns reverberate in the echo chamber of your mind, you can sometimes doubt yourself, and you can say, well, I don't know, maybe it's not. No, trust me. This is far worse than it looks. This should have never gone to trial. Let's be honest here. Okay, because I think to look at it in retrospect, you have to say, wow, the fact is that this should have actually never even been brought to trial. And it's alarming that it was brought to trial. And everything beyond that is just extra. It's alarming that the judge was as unhinged as she was. And it's alarming that the prosecutor is as unhinged as he is. And it's alarming, all the things that took place inside and outside of the courtroom. I mean, remember, you had Greeno threatening to kill everybody, including me, including Andy Baldwin and the other attorneys, and other attorneys who are not even representing Richard Allen, and other YouTubers, and Richard Allen himself. So, I mean, inside and outside of the courtroom, this was absolutely appalling. And it has the entire time it has been, Now, has the state of Indiana participated in terrorism of individuals expressing alternative points of view on the internet? Rhetorical question for you out there. Yes. Yes. So, aside from the alarming aspect of this case where it should have never been brought to trial, but it was, and you had an unhinged judge, an unhinged prosecutor, unhinged shenanigans outside and inside of a courtroom, you also had the targeting of select individuals who were expressing dissenting views on the internet, me being one of them, and others. We had two of the defense investigators were targeted, one in particular, by the ISP. You had a YouTuber singled out and targeted by the ISP. You had several of us targeted with a cyber stalking campaign, a cyber gang stalking campaign you cannot imagine and have never seen the likes of. And some things we still haven't talked about, okay? Because there are things that are being litigated that you still have not really heard about on the YouTube streets, as far as some of the terrorism that occurred and some of what they've done. And we've talked about it privately behind the scenes, but they've cost some of us tens and tens of thousands of dollars. They went after employers, former employers, employers of spouses, spousal employers, children, parents, etc. And so, some of us are still suffering the consequences. I know that I'm not going to go into it, but personally, with what occurred with my police department, with my child protection services, with my employers and former employees, you would not believe. And one day you will know. Probably going to write a book about it. What happened with Rick Snay's employer, his wife's employer, his marriage, his whole deal, you wouldn't even believe it. What happened with Noe, you wouldn't even believe it. What happened with some of the other YouTubers, you wouldn't even believe it. The things that they have done. And remember, we've got several of them dead now. Okay, you have had several suicides, a couple murks. All of this was basically condoned by the Indiana State Police. It's my belief that much of it was done at the behest of the Indiana State Police. So it's when I've said that these people in true crime, who I refer to jokingly as the troll farm, they are the true domestic terrorists in this situation. Look, they try to distract you or they try to deter your perspective, your I don't know. They try to dissuade you from really seeing it by saying like, no, the domestic terrorists are the white supremacists in Indiana, and it's just a blanket term, and it's basically anyone that votes Republican and owns a gun. No. That's not the domestic terrorists. Plenty of these domestic terrorists vote liberal in every election, I guarantee you. Okay. But these particular terrorists, cyber terrorists on the internet, some of them are white supremacist domestic terrorists. Some of them are just paid terrorists. Some of them are incentivized by other means and and some of them are hired, and it's alarming. It's alarming. So that's your true nature of the Delphi case, and it's just been the most appalling thing I've ever seen in my life. And like I said, if I ever do write a book, it ain't going to be about Abby and Libby. Why would I do that? No. My book is going to be about how these campaigns function. Okay, because ultimately, what it is it's a concerted PR effort. It's an organized troll farm campaign in which they try to first erase all reasonable doubt. Okay. So anything that was potentially going to open the door for potential future jurors in establishing some sort of reasonable doubt, they try to shut the door on that. So that means things like when I would come on and I would talk about questions about the family's narrative and about statements the family has made, and when I would talk about how there is this methamphetamine connection to all of these people and to this crime, and how it ties into the biker clubs and the cartels and the moving of meth and potentially human trafficking and those types of things. Well, the reason they came after me was particularly because of that. Because by saying those things and discussing them and revealing them to the public, what you're doing is potential future jurors might be watching that, and that might be something that they could not risk a potential future juror coming across, because it establishes reasonable doubt before they even get into the jury box. Okay, so they made it very well known behind the scenes that that was their objective, and that's why they were doing what they do, and that the ultimate thing that they were trying to do is get us to leave the internet completely. Okay, first thing they wanted was for us, like me and the others who they targeted, they wanted us to be run off of YouTube completely around this subject. So not just run off of Delphi and go on to do other content. They wanted me run off the whole thing completely. And then the second thing they wished for was that we committed self-harm. And the reason I can sit here and say that to you is because we have the receipts of it all. We had moles in various inner groups of inner groups, if you know what I mean. And we have receipts documenting all of this. They wanted all of us to commit self-deletion or something like that. And they openly talked about it in their little private chats that they thought no one from the outside was listening in on. And when I read, when I was given those messages and started to understand that that's how, because I was assuming that they were really evil and sinister, but when I started to truly understand that they actually wanted us to unalive ourselves as the ultimate goal, their highest aim was that. And if all they got us to do was completely leave the internet forever, on the path to that, then they would be happy with that as well. Which is why you've seen so many who express this dissenting view run off of the Delphi murders. Ask yourself now, okay? Ask yourself now, how many creators that did not buy the standard narrative, how many of those creators are still around today? Many of them were run off. A few of them passed away. Some of them did commit self-harm. So you see, when I say crimes have been committed, you need to understand crimes have been committed. And it truly is my hope that this will be looked at by law enforcement in the future, because there's no statute of limitations on what was done. But in my opinion, this is state-sanctioned cyber terrorism. And it hurt a great many people. Anyhow, I don't know what necessarily got me off into that tangent, who said what or whatever may have happened. But for some reason, I felt like I needed to express that to you all today. And it's just something else. I mean, you can't make up the level of sinister shit that has been done behind the Delphi murders. And as I've said so very often, why? Over the murders of two little girls? I mean, children are murdered every day. Unfortunately. And you don't see this every day with every case, every child murder. No, you don't. So why here? And why is it that all of these people seem to be tied in to motorcycle gangs, particularly the Hells Angels, meth dealing, particularly Carroll County meth dealing, and hacking / dark web, questionable fucking activity? Why is it? So in other words, these terrorists that I'm describing primarily seem to come from powerful, dark web influence families. Some of them come from biker clubs. Some of them are related to the families of these victims. It appears to me as if the element that has been terrorizing the community, who I call Troll Farm, that they're basically the same element, the same type of element that killed these girls. I believe that these girls are the victims of a criminal enterprise. And it's just odd that these trolls tend to be the exact profile. It's just like these trolls are just the exact type of profile that I assume hurt these girls. But you know, here's the deal. It has all been documented. It was reported to FBI years ago when it started. There's a good probability that it was all monitored. But even in the case it was not all monitored, it has all been documented. And the record goes back 2 years in my case, and some more years with others. So it's odd. It's odd. Why would it seem as if a little break-off faction of the group that's probably behind these murders is the same break-off faction that's behind the cyber stalking and the Delphi murders online community? It's crazy. It's crazy. I want you to think about that a lot. And I've said it before, you know, because we've had them complain. When I first said it, I didn't say it maybe as well defined. I said it in a more general way. And immediately one of the trolls said, they're trying to say we are behind the murders, blah, blah. Yeah, basically, that's basically what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Or you're otherwise incentivized. But you know, I know one thing. I wasn't behind selling pictures of dead children on the internet. I also wasn't behind any of the other pictures of children off the internet that you guys appear to be behind. So let us go ahead and get into the news. We're 30 minutes in. I feel like I've ranted long enough. All right. So this thing today, let's talk about this filing today. And again, I'm not that impressed by it. I think it's just beefing up the appeal. And it's called Defendant's Motion to Reconsider Denial of Motion to Correct Error. And this is a Jennifer Auger filing, which I found kind of interesting in and of itself. I kind of like the lady. I give these attorneys hell. I give Bowen and Razi a lot of hell because they dropped the ball. They fucked up majorly. They made a lot of mistakes. They rested their case before they should have. They dropped the ball on a lot of things that they should have not. But anyhow, this particular filing is coming from, it appears, is coming from Jennifer Auger, who I don't hold necessarily to the same standard as these other two, because she's a latecomer. And anyway, that what she seems to be doing here is solely focused on Mr. Brad Weber. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? And you'll remember all the shenanigans about Brad Weber. So it says at trial, the state argued that Brad Weber came home from work in his Ford Econoline van on February 13, 2017 at approximately 2:30. But we all know that's a lie. We all know that's a lie. Listen, it's a lie like this. Let's be real. McClellan has to be the dirtiest fucking prosecutor this side of the Rocky Mountains, right? Dirtiest. Because don't you find it odd that after Sarah Carbaugh goes a couple years, she hits 2019 and suddenly changes her wording from muddy, 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 muddy. This guy was muddy, 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 muddy. He was muddy. And then she changes the terms in 2019. She suddenly, magically changes her mind. And now she says, this guy was bloody, 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 bloody. This guy was bloody. Okay. Then your little medical examiner, who for years said there's two knives, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge. He goes to meet with McClellan, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge, serrated, straight edge, box cutter. Same with Brad Weber. Same with Brad Weber. Okay. Why is it that everyone's testimony who these certain crucial points in the timeline hinge upon, why is it that for the state's theory of the crime to work, all of these individuals have to change their story after multiple times reiterating that it's this way, it's this way, it's this way, it's this way, it's this way. And then they meet with McClellan or with Holman, and then suddenly, oh no, but it's not that way. And wasn't it the same with well, who was a cop? It's one of the, I can't recall now whether it was Cicero or one of the other ones, but remember, one of the cops, I just read in one of the previous shows, one of the cops had said, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this. And then they get to the hearing and suddenly change his mind. No one seeing that as a pattern? No one picking up on that pattern? I mean, I don't know if I'm just talking to myself here, but I find it really difficult to believe that no one else sees that. That there seems to be so many occurrences where crucial witnesses say one thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then suddenly they have an epiphany. And in the epiphanies, they change their stories to suit the state's narrative perfectly. And the thing is, some of this shit has been done under oath. Anyway, back to Brad Weber. So it says, remember, the state said Weber came home at 2:30. The state also said the phone that Liberty German was in possession of did not move after 2:32. The state further introduced a confession by that stank wench, Monica Walla, who alleges that Richard Allen told her that on February 13, 2017, he kidnapped Abigail Williams and Liberty German on the south side of Monon High Bridge and was on the south side of Deer Creek with the girls, intending on graping them. When he saw a van and became scared. Dude, I bet Richard Allen ain't no shit about this crime. At the time, she claims he made that statement. Remember, she was the one in all the Delphi groups watching Gray Hughes, whose theory this is. Because you ain't stupid out there. You people ain't stupid. Remember, Monica Walla was the one obsessively watching Delphi podcast, especially Gray Hughes show, who had come up with this very fucking theory to a T, identically. I mean, this is Grace Hughes' theory. If none of you have seen those old shows, that's exactly Gray Hughes' theory. It says, Richard Allen allegedly told Dr. Walla, I should say Dr. Walla, that after he saw the van, he forced the girls to cross Deer Creek to the north side, where he ultimately killed them. That's Gray Hughes' theory. I bet you Richard Allen didn't say shit, none of this. He didn't say none of this. This is Monica Walla creating a fantasy based on her imagination of a projection, of a holographic projection in her mind, based upon Gray Hughes' theory that formed this little seed in her mind, a holographic seed that she broadcast in her mental, in her mind's eye, to a three-dimensional story playing out. And she took that three-dimensional holographic projection in her mind that Gray Hughes had seeded, and she visualized this thing happening that way. And then she went to Richard Allen and had this exchange of information in which she fed this story in a circular fashion or circuitous fashion, such that she decided, you know what, I'm going to say Rick. I'm going to say Rick confessed to this. As set out in his motion, the state knew or should have known that Brad Weber's trial testimony, and the testimony was that he returned home at 2:30. The state should have known that that testimony was false. And she says, see the motion to correct error at 8 to 13 and attached exhibits 3A, B, C, D, and E. And you and I have gone through that ad nauseum on this channel. We're not going to do it again. It's not the point of the show tonight. But you should all know that in the motion to correct error, which addresses the Brad Weber part and the video and the FBI sheet, this is what she's referring to here. She says, additionally, Exhibit 3E, the motion to correct errors, an FBI subject information sheet for Mr. Weber shows that Mr. Weber's cell phone started pinging at his family's house at 2:50 p.m. And that's part of what we discussed about that. Well, 2:50 p.m. and 2:45 p.m. are well after 2:30 p.m. That's 15 minutes. Now, what makes that important? What makes that important is that at 2:32 p.m., that phone stopped moving. So how do you explain it? Listen, I can give you a fantasy world scenario like Dr. Walla or Gray Hughes would love, or any of the troll farm. Let's do it. Let me make up a scenario in how this would be possible and Brad Weber be telling the truth. No, I got it wrong. I mean, Brad Weber initially be telling the truth, that it was later when he got home. But let's say this. Richard Allen abducts the girls, takes the girls down to the south side of the bridge, down to the driveway, and maybe over in the woods, to the edge of the creek, like Gray Hughes has for years theorized. For years before, this is before Allen's arrest. The only way I could see it happening, the only way you can make it work and for reality to still be reality, is if Richard Allen took the phone. He says, give me the phone. And he takes the phone. And let's just assume that he must have been a star pitcher in high school or in community college if he went there. But let's say at 2:30, Richard Allen takes the phone. He throws it as hard as humanly possible across the creek. And whew, he chucks the phone and it flies, I don't know, what is 100 yards. And it lands over on Ron Logan's property at 2:32. All right. Well, if he had done that and then Brad Weber comes by at 2:45 and scares him, then it could all still make sense. But that's about it. That's about it. Because, listen, reality says it doesn't make sense. I mean, reality has always said none of this makes sense because let's hit the reset button on reality right quick. Hello, why were those girls not found? See, if those girls had been dead and there from 3 p.m. on the 13th, they would have been found without a doubt. There's absolutely no question about it. Those girls were not there, which is why they were not found. Now, isn't it amazing that that was not presented in court for you? Why didn't the jury get to hear that? Matter of fact, why didn't the jury visit the scene to be able to understand that those girls were not there? Because if the jury had visited the scene, the jury would have clearly seen that you can absolutely see those girls from, I don't know, 50 to 100 yards away. Let me make that explicitly clear for you fucking idiots who happen to be watching. Look, if you're in Ron Logan's backyard, you can see down 50 or 100 yards down to that spot those girls that were left or found. Listen, if you're on the other side of the ravine at the top of that hill where the trail naturally kind of ends, you would see right down the crime scene. Oh, let's put it this way. If you're on the entire side of you're on the other side of the creek entirely. You're at Brad Weber's property and you look across, you can see that crime scene. You'll see those girls 50 yards away. How many of you have been out there to see that for yourself? Trust me, El, you owe it to yourself. Take a little trip. That's why the jury should have taken a trip. Anyone with any common sense could go out there and understand that if those girls were out there, they would have been seen. Because remember, not only was it daylight that evening, meaning after 3:30 p.m., it was still daylight for a little bit. It was also daylight for hours and hours and hours on the morning of the 14th. So this whole excuse about it was too dark to see, that's fucking, listen, everyone who's pushed these ideas to you has done it intentionally to mislead you. Let me put it this way. In your block, there's 2 dead girls. Do you think if you got 100 people searching that block, those girls ain't going to be found? Those girls would have been found. They weren't found. Oh, you know why they weren't found? Because they weren't there. Now, here's the sobering reality. If they weren't there, then that means not 1% of this line, the state or Gray Hughes or Sleuth Intuition or any other damn fucking troll farm imaginary world folks have told you is true. If those girls were not there, none of this is the way it happened. And listen, those girls were not there. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. This is why I want to quit this fucking show every single time. I want to quit this subject area because it's so frustrating. It's like banging your head against. You think I want to bang my head against the wall every day of my life? The bottom line is those girls were not there. They were not there. And if those girls were not there, where were they? I'm telling you. You see, you had police officers, volunteer firemen, and probably a couple firemen, DNR officers. I want you to stop being an idiot and think about who you had searching for these girls. Professionals. And I'm sorry to be so mean about it tonight, but for real, just think. You had professionals searching for these girls. Firemen, Department of Natural Resources, policemen. Who usually makes up search teams? If you had 30, 40, 50, 100 of these types of guys out there searching, hunters, for two girls from 3:30 p.m. on till dark, and we're just going to omit the overnight hours, but remember, there were also people all night searching for those girls, same people. And then you start over. Sunrise. Let's be generous. 7:30 a.m. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 hours of sunlight the next morning. And you can see those girls easily from 50 yards away, 100 yards away. I mean, see, like I said, it's a sobering reality. You have to be able to accept that those girls were not there. Using critical thinking. You had first responders, firemen, policemen, natural resource officers, family, hunters, good fucking capable folks searching a small area, a few backyards. Come on, man. They weren't there. Now, I told you my theory before. My theory is they were placed there before sunrise. Okay? They were placed there before sunrise. My theory is a portion of these searchers were actually bad guys. We've gone through this before. I played for you a clip. And the clip I played you was explaining how the military cordons off an area. You have multiple stages of cordon: inner, outer, mid. Okay. So the first thing these guys would have done is once they got everyone to skedaddle, say midnight, 2 a.m., they would have established a perimeter, primarily focus on access points, path of least resistance. In other words, on the trails. You put primary lookouts at certain stages along that trail and at other points of perspective where you have the high ground. You can see anyone coming in or out. You have that outer and you have a little inner, and everything within that inner cordon is protected, safe space. Okay. So that's what they would have done. They would have got their 8 or 10 or 15 guys. They would have established that perimeter and established that inner safe space. And then once that was clear, then they ensure that the whatever pathway has to be traversed, whether it's the road they're bringing the girls on, whether it's the creek they're bringing the girls on, whether it's a trail they're bringing the girls on, wherever they're bringing the girls from A to B, they're going to have that clear. And then they make the call. Oh, okay. It's 2:30 a.m. or it's 4 a.m. Okay, clear. You keep everyone out. Only your people are in. You have a clear pathway and you say, okay, bring them in now. So you bring them in. Boom, you bring them in there. Everything's set. Everything's staged. Okay, good to go. Once it's good to go, then you allow them to be found. And optimally, you would allow an innocent person to find them. If you're thinking strategically, you don't want anyone that has anything to do with this to be the finder of the bodies, because you want plausible deniability. So what you do when you're ready, you say, okay, go. And then you just let whoever flood the area and let chance happen. And whoever's going to fucking find them finds them. Oh my God, I found 2 dead girls. And for me, that's how this had to happen, because they were not there. They were not there. Once it's cleared, they're allowed to be found, which begs the question, why were they not found till after noon? Someone explain that one. How is it that they're not found until after the noon hour? Although we've gotten several conflicting stories about that too. Does that mean they kept this cordon up until 11:30 a.m.? That would be awfully odd, wouldn't it? Look, let's be real here too. And I don't think Ron Logan had anything to do with this. But listen, you think Ron Logan didn't know his property? You don't think that Ron Logan would have found those girls early that morning? I don't know, 9 a.m. or something at the latest. Let's say he has animals, right? He keeps animals. So he's got to wake up early, 6, 7 a.m. He's got to go feed his animals, right? He's got fucking animals. You don't think Ron Logan's going to wake up, go feed all of his animals, take a look around his property, especially knowing there's 2 missing girls? You don't think he's going to think, hey, maybe I'll go check out by the creek in case one of those girls drowned or something? You don't think Ron Logan's going to think about it early in the morning on the 14th at 9, 10, 11 a.m. at least? Go walk down there and see if there's some dead girls around his floating in the water or something? Come on, man. Like nothing has ever made sense. And that whole story never sat right with me with Eric Williams saying that they ran him off. Why would you run off? Like think about it. You're searching for 2 missing girls. Would you run off anyone, or would you just let everyone search wherever they're going to search? Let them search where you're not. And have you ever noticed on the helicopter footage, there are some glitches in it. There are times when the camera's cut. Why is that? Why are there times when that footage is cut? And why does it sound like that dispatch audio? Why does it sound like that dispatch audio is LARPing, is theater? There are parts of it where it sounds like someone on one end is lying. Like there are people in the know and there are people not in the know communicating back and forth. Like, see, the thing is, they never expected that any of us would give it this much scrutiny. But it's like the more scrutiny we give these artifacts, the more they fall apart under scrutiny. Every interview from the family, every interview from law enforcement, the interviews of the searchers, the text messages and the fucking Facebook posts and all the bullshit of the fucking family and the searchers. It all falls apart under scrutiny. And that's the theme of our show tonight. So I know I'm kind of like I'm on my soapbox this evening for some reason. Guess I feel like a monologue, but I'm on my soapbox, and I'm kind of delaying getting into the show, but it's really, really, really alarming. And then 7 years of nothing but lies. And they never thought anyone would document. You know how they tried to erase so much shit off the internet? See, they never thought people would screenshot, screen record, document, and archive all of this shit. So what they end up with is 7 years of receipts from the digital world that they never thought even existed. You see what I mean? And like I said, whatever angle you look at this from, it looks so bad. Now you combined all of what I just said, combine that with the cyber stalking, the gang stalking, the harassment, the bullying, the fucking death threats, the suicides, and all of that shit. The troll farm, the PR campaign, the controlled media, the bias of the media, the bias of the judge, bias of the prosecutor, the corruption of the cops. You start mixing it all in, and then you get the community calling us and sending us emails. And for those of you who don't know much about the community, or listen, I just say this to make it obvious to you. There's this misrepresentation on the internet, especially in the early years that they tried to pull. They tried to misrepresent the community's unified, feeling and perspective on this crime. Hell no. No, that's the furthest from reality, because we actually get community members emailing us and calling us and texting us on a regular basis. So what happens? You put your email up publicly and you do a channel like this. Eventually, you're going to get dozens and dozens of Delphi and Carroll County residents messaging you. And what do they tell us all? They all tell us the same thing. We hate the Patties. We know this fucking prosecutor's lying. They're covering it up. It's a cover up. These cops around here are crooked. They've been doing this for years. This is nothing new in Carroll County. They're all in on it. It's a good old boy club. And it's like email after email after email after phone call after phone call. They say the things that we said. They're like, it's a family of criminals. Count the convictions in those households. Count the felonies. Anyway, that's what Delphi residents call and tell us. And you know what else they say? But we're too afraid to talk. I would say, I don't know, 80% of those locals are deathly afraid to talk because they don't want to be targeted by Carroll County. And that's real. That's a fact for you. They're afraid. They don't want to be targeted by Carroll County, so they don't want to come publicly and talk about it. But they'll tell us behind the scenes as much as we want to know. Anyway, I was trying to get through this filing here from Miss OJ. So let's continue. All right. So what she's saying is regarding Brad Weber's story that he got home at 2:30, that was changed. That's another thing you got to keep in mind. That story changed to suit trial, to suit the timeline. Remember, the timeline doesn't work, bottom line. But they changed. They had the key. I've said that earlier in the show tonight. They had key witnesses change their stories to make the timeline work. That's what happened, because the timeline doesn't work unless people lie. So they had people lie. And she's saying that here. She says, in light of the security video and the FBI subject information sheet, the state's narrative that Mr. Weber's van interrupted Mr. Allen before 2:32 is impossible, and the state knew it. Okay. And then she cites Glossip v. Oklahoma. And she says, regardless of whether Mr. Weber thought he arrived home about 2:30 p.m., the state knew or should have known that Mr. Weber's testimony was false. And knowingly, they let it stand. The state's refusal to correct Mr. Weber's errorful testimony and letting his false testimony stand violated Mr. Allen's due process right to a fair trial, because the state explicitly relied on Mr. Weber's false testimony to obtain Mr. Allen's conviction. Mr. Allen is entitled to a new trial. A new trial is warranted so long as the false testimony may have had an effect on the outcome of a trial, if it, in any reasonable likelihood, would have affected the judgment of the jury. So basically, she's citing Glossip and Napui and is demanding that Mr. Allen's motion to correct error be reconsidered, or the convictions be vacated, or set the motion for a hearing. So that's the new filing for today. And like I said, it's nothing earth shattering here. It's just a bunch of reiteration of what we already know, and for purposes of appeal. And I don't know. That was today's update. Okay, so that's today's breaking news. So I'm going to let it. I'm going to let it ride. Jeez, man. So I guess let's recap before I move on. So what was today's filing all about? Oh, well, just the fact that McClellan allowed Mr. Weber to lie on the stand. He allowed false testimony on the stand to be presented to the jury, which ultimately resulted in the conviction. Because remember, I don't know if you guys recall the details of the jurors statements. Remember, we've only had one juror come out, unfortunately. Where are the other fucking jurors, by the way? Where are the other jurors? Are they all like the Delphi residents? They're deathly afraid to come out and speak their mind? Thank you, Jennifer. I started a goal. Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I started a goal. All right, guys. If only I thought about this earlier. Also, is we typically get 2 or 3 thousand views on these live streams. If only I don't know, 10% gave $1, you would totally fund my entire life, where I could dedicate 110% to doing these or doing this work. But probably don't want to do that anyway. But it's amazing because think about it. If only 5 or 10% just gave 99 cents, we would have an amazing support of this work. But I'm just throwing that out there because of Jennifer. And thank you so much, Jennifer. And that's the very cutest profile pic there. Thank you. And thank you, Amy. Amy, that's a very cute A, Amy. And it's a new day. It's not a cute bridge, but it's a cute channel. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's a new day. All right. I'm going to jail myself if you guys don't give to the channel. All right. Now, where was I? Let's see. I feel like I got sidetracked. Damn it. Oh, man. I've lost it. I've lost a train of thought. Thank you, Heavy Brown. Dark Hearts. You know what would be great to do? It'd be great to, I think a nice project, I might figure out how to set this up. I should do this. I should do I should set up a Bitcoin donation pathway for my children's trust fund in the future, and say, hey guys, the way I'll do it now, I won't take any money except if you donate to the Bitcoin pathway, which will allow to mature for 10 or 20 years, then my kids can have access to it in the future when I'm gone or something. That would be amazing. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the look at you. Everyone's putting in a super sticker. Thank you. Where are we? Okay. I don't want to miss anyone. Is this Kathy? Thank you, Kathy. Doing this for Prof. Just to piss off gray pubes. May I recommend a funny channel? Okay. Kaleidohope, you are the best. Thank you for all your hard work. Deb, hit the thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much, y'all. Listen, now what was I going to say about gray pubes? Oh, YouTube bad actors. Yeah, I achieved my goal. It's my first goal I've ever achieved. Okay. Well, there we go. Prof has achieved a goal. Thank God. I don't think I've ever achieved a goal before with this particular thing. Okay, so let's see. I'll do this. I'll make another one. Okay. Thank you so much. Now listen. I was going to say, oh geez, I don't miss anyone. Oh, jurors. I was talking about the jurors. Okay, let me get back on track, Noe. Thank you, Noe. Thank you, Mama J. Noe said, I'm talking about the jurors. The juror came out and she was saying how the van, that's where I was. Thank you, Noe. Round of applause. Okay, Noe. Cash app to Noe. All right. Noe, you can put up your cash app. Listen, thank you to Noe. This is what I was saying. Let me pause here. I'll stop reading the chat for a moment. Speaking on this filing for today, Noe said that it was about the jurors. And so what I was going to say about that in relation to this filing today is the one juror who did come out, she said something very interesting. She said it was the white van that did it, remember? Do you guys remember that? She said it was the white van that did it. It was a van. So in other words, this bullshit story that Monica Walla got from Gray Hughes, and was able to they had Weber bend his story to fit this timeline a little. So what they were able to pull off by all this maneuvering is they were able to pull off the white van, which is something only the killer would know, and like the juror said, and that did it for us. It wasn't the confessions, it wasn't the bullet, it wasn't the Sarah Carba, it was the white van. That's the bottom line that I'm getting to. And what's odd is Miss Auger today with this filing, that's basically what she's getting at. Is that this white van, even though we know that this was the tipping point for the jury, it was allowed with the state knowing that there was not reason to believe it was true. What evidence do you have? Let me put it that way. And you know what I meant to do today is change the direction that my mic is mounted, because it's in the worst position. Because I can't flail my hands around like I'd like to, but nothing to back up the white van except an allegation that it was there. Now, if the state needed, let's put it rhetorically like this. If the state needed Weber to say 245, okay, stick with me. I'm sorry. I know it's hard. If the state needed Weber to say 245, or if it benefited the state's theory, like let's say if Libby's phone stopped moving at 250, and if they needed Weber to say 245, I was pulling into that area under the bridge. If they needed that time to be the time, the state would. Do you think they would not have used that FBI subject information sheet and that security footage? I promise you, I guarantee you, if the state needed Brad Weber there at 245, just a mere 50 minutes later, they would have used that discovery. So if they needed Brad to say, yes, I pulled up in that area at 245, then they would have used the security footage to attach to that, to substantiate it. And they would have used the FBI subject information sheet, which shows his phone pinging at 2:50 at home. They would have used both of those to substantiate the 2:45 time that he was asserting. But what actually happened? They didn't need the 2:45. They needed the 2:30 to make the 2:32 stop, the phone stop moving work, because it's going to take that 2 minutes to get across the creek. You understand, right? I mean, let's be real here. If you're a good liar, let's think of how a good liar would do this. They need that phone to stop at 2:32, which means at the very latest, this has to happen at 2:30, because it's going to take 2 minutes to cross through that creek with two girls. So because they needed that time to be 2:30, they had to ignore, they put on the blinders. They had to ignore the fact that video footage shows 2:45 and that FBI subject information sheet shows 2:50. They needed to ignore those pieces because they needed Brad Weber to bend his fucking story by 15 minutes in order to make this whole charade work. So what did that mean? What does that mean, y'all? Well, it means McClellan knowingly lied. Let's be honest here. No, we're not even drawing any attention whatsoever to the fact that everything else is bullshit. You know? Okay. We're not even drawing any attention to the fact that every single thing else is bullshit. We don't even have last proof of life of those girls. We don't know if those girls were on the bridge. We don't know if those girls are seen in that video. We don't think the girls intentionally took the video of the bridge guy. We don't know if the bridge guy was involved. We don't believe those girls went through that water. We don't believe the bridge guy went through the water. We don't believe the phone went through the water. We don't believe anyone went through that water. And we don't believe they came up on the other side of that creek, because they would have been covered in mud. I mean, think of Abby. Okay, you guys really fucking logically think for a minute. Surely you've seen the crime scene photos. Let me ask you this. Have you ever climbed up a muddy bank? If not, I suggest you do, at least once in your life. You're going to be muddy from here on down to your waist at least, and probably to your knees. If you've ever seen anyone try to climb out of that creek at Ron Logan's property, you're going to see them having a hell of a time. Now imagine if the creek was at its highest stage. For Abby to be completely clean as she appeared to be means one thing and one thing only. She never went through that fucking creek. Because those clothes, whether or not it was Libby wearing those clothes, which were taken off and then put onto Abby, whatever the fucking fantasy world story is supposed to be, here's the bottom line. The clothes that are on Abby are clean. Those clothes would have had to be muddy if they had climbed out of that creek. And if you don't think I'm telling you the truth, turn it off and go in that creek yourself and try to climb out of the creek. And I don't mean go when it's 6 inches deep. Go when it's at its highest stage. You understand what I'm saying? And let me add a little something to that. Add a little panic to that. Add a guy with a gun chasing you across that creek where you're not really worried about getting dirty coming out of it. Imagine you're trying to get away from a fucking bullet. You go through that creek when it's this deep, and you come out the other side that's extremely steep, and you come out there as clean as Abby looks, and you explain to me how that's fucking possible. You see, No one thinks of reality when it comes to this case. You only think with the fantasy world TV has shown you. And look, I'm not admonishing you in the chat because you are all the sensible listeners. I'm just rhetorically admonishing for the for those who are naive and who have not really clearly thought out every aspect of these lies, because there's so many lies stacked up on top of each other. You really have to take the time and think of each one independently. And so I'm admonishing you there who have not thought of them independently. Think of this. You look at Abby in those crime scene photos. She's clean. Her shoes are clean. Her hands are clean. Her chest is clean. Her jeans are clean. Her waistline is clean. Her chin is clean. Her arms are clean. Matter of fact, look at Libby. She's nude. Her entire body's clean. So apologize. I don't want you thinking about dead children, but if you're looking at it like a scientist, you look at it and tell me how it's possible that they come out of that creek and up that muddy bank and end up as clean as they are, laying where they're laying. And I mean, you, Mr. Steve, Ruckus, Sleuth Intuition, Gray Hughes, Nicholas McClelland, Jerry Holman, Doug Carter, you lying son of a bitch. Be men. You've lied to the people. You're going to lie about 2 dead girls? It's disgusting, man. You fucking disgusting people. Just like you tried to project a fantasy to say that those sticks were not intentionally arranged on those girls. There's so many things that those crime scene photos can show you. And it just really makes me question all of your credibility as human beings, not just as Delphi speakers, but really as human men. It's disturbing. It's really disturbing because look, you got clean girls with sticks symmetrically arranged on their bodies, and you're trying to convince the public that it's not what it is. If those girls had gone through that creek and come up that bank, they'd be covered in mud, deep under the fingernails, in the hair, in the chin, and under the neck, and everywhere. They'd be full of mud. Because guess what? It's one of these scenarios coming out of that creek. You don't believe me? Go over there. That's why I'm disappointed in all of you. I'm disappointed. And you all tried to fuck with me real bad. Each one of you tried to fuck with me real bad, by the way. Why? And tell me this. How do they end up with no defensive wounds? With the single perpetrator with a bladed weapon? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. You guys are retarded. You know better. That's the thing about, especially Ruckus and Mr. Steve and you motherfuckers. You know better. You know better than that. Those girls would be dirty and full of defensive wounds if this story had happened the way. You know what? You should change. You should recant your stories. You should apologize to the public, and you should come out and you should start criticizing the prosecution and the state story here, because you know it doesn't make sense. And the fact that you fucking support and back these people up shows you're just as wrong as they are. You should change your tune. You should figure out that you've lied and misrepresented the truth to people. There's no defensive wounds on these girls. They're clean like they just got out of the shower. You got to be fucking kidding me, man. How do you have a single perpetrator with a bladed weapon and 2 little girls who are 14 and 13 years old and athletic and capable? You see, I never picked a fight with any of you motherfuckers. You picked a fight with me. But I'm going to fight you with the truth at this point. And the thing is, that truth, the people out here who are right here in this channel watching, they know you fucking lied to them. And so do I. Now, what could make it possible to see them the way that they appear to be seen? Well, you know what could make it possible? Multiple perpetrators and bindings. Now, if that's true, then suddenly this story don't make sense, does it? See, that's the conundrum. That's where we're at. And you motherfuckers never tried to make this right with the people of the United States of America and the world. I mean, the world is watching. This is a worldwide phenomenon here. So you've lied to the world. Listen, wanting someone to be convicted for this crime is understandable. I understand that sentiment. I felt it myself. But the thing is it justice if it's not the right person? Is it justice if it's not the true story? It's not justice, man. If you cannot explain why those bodies are clean, why there's no defensive wounds, and why this timeline doesn't make sense, then you've not given justice. So, and like I said, no matter which angle we attack, it's always unbelievable. Because there's things like the fact that they're catfished out there, the fact that their bodies are not found, the fact that there's this exchange of money between Kelsey and who knows whatever, and there's Anthony Shots, and there's people all around the fucking United States saying they had part in these murders. Every indication from day one on has been it's a group of people that killed these girls. But you want us to believe it's Richard Allen did it by himself? The girls' bodies are clean. There are no defensive wounds. No one heard or saw anything. Didn't find any bodies. Blah, 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 blah. It just all stacks up so high. It's bullshit. Okay, let me do some thank yous and we'll move on to the show. I'm still haven't gotten into the subject matter tonight. Okay, let's see. We got Jeez, man. Apologize for the frustration, but I can't take it, man. Lead with love. Just don't lose the password. Thank you, Lead with love. And April Nunya. And Oleg Cat. Oh, you gifted memberships. Thank you, Oleg, for gifting to the people. Hey, Laura Dawson. Welcome in. Welcome in, Kate Yu. 5 Green Acres. Thank you. Trial Junkie. You like both channels? Thank you for liking both channels. That's sweet. Thank you. All right. Yeah, everyone's amazing. I'm sorry I'm way behind in the chat, but I had to just get that out. Thank you, L'Oreal. Yeah, the juror. Thank you, Iva Apophis, for being here. The juror made it sound like the van was the primary. It was a tipping point because she said nothing else really mattered, but that was the thing. And that's the thing that, like I said, McClellan would have used if it benefited his timeline. But because it didn't, he ignored that it existed. And maybe that'll be what bites him in the ass. But probably not. I mean, like I'm saying, this entire appeals process will reveal the corruption in Indiana, just like all of this other process has. Thank you, Dennis McKean. Thank you, Kate Eleanor. Gray Hughes said that was what put the nail in the coffin. Ugh, I'd like to put a nail in his coffin. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I didn't say that. Mhm. All right. Mm. All right. Think you can't think of one? And Jade. They all brought up the van as if that sealed the deal. Yeah, right. Uh, so let's get into that because that's the concept of our show. Tonight is called checking out these YouTube streets. I want to show you guys some things. What's up, Niobe? Niobe with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Niobe. And Kaleido. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I can't spend much time in the chat. I'm trying to move on to our scenario here. How the fuck do you cross the creek and do everything done with the phone under Abby? Oh yeah, that's right. And Abby's the hero because as she's dying, she's putting the phone under her body as her last thoughts because she's a sleuth and a hero and trying to catch her killers just like Libby was, right? Like I've said before, you're fantasizing about these two victims. It's the most disgusting thing that could ever be done. And really, this entire thing with McClelland, I know it's hard for you all to remember everything I say, but I remember most of what I say. And do you remember during the trial coverage when I said that I was very disgusted by Mr. McClelland's closing statements? Because I felt what he did was so disgusting in the way that he emotionally traumatized. He basically pulled some narcissistic abuse tactics on the jury for real. And I'm not just saying that because I don't like the guy. um, I'm saying that, think about it. What he did to the juror pool or to the juries, he took all the brutal, gory photos of their dead bodies. Okay, think about it. Yeah, they did. I know. Yeah, I know. I know, Spike Dog. That's what I'm saying. Like when I say that I want to quit because it's like banging your head against an iron door, every single time I do this, there's so much it's like why do we even have to talk about this? Why does this even have to be talked about anymore? There's so many red flags. There's no way that their clothes would be as clean as they appear to be. All right, sorry, I'm trying to get through these. Thank you, Jade. Okay. Yeah, I see you all sending me out the love tonight. Thank you very much. I mean, really, I always come to close to tears because it fucking makes me furious. Thank you, Dino. Okay. I think they never crossed the creek. No, why? How could they have crossed the creek? I know they would have been nasty, full of mud. I mean, dude, that muddy bank. Okay, let me hurry up and get over this. I'm trying to get through it. I'm reading this chat real quick. Fast forwarding. I'm doing a Reese Davis says fast forward. Fast forwarding. Okay. Fast forwarding. Pam Sheehan, welcome to membership. Okay. It should be mandatory dropped. Yeah, they lose 70 days. Oh, thanks for bringing that up. We haven't even talked about that yet. What's up, Alexander? Recency? Did I say that? I can't remember. Yeah, I saw that, Deb. I did notice that. Hey, what up, Christina? This may be the first time YouTubers help solve the crime. Well, let me say this. It's not the first time. YouTubers have solved crimes before. And that's something else that I've argued with some of these alleged law enforcement officers before about. Listen, there's been several times when YouTubers have helped solve code cases. It's true. It's not a one-off thing. Okay. Listen, here's what I want to say. I don't know if it's still on YouTube or not. There have been a couple people before try to cross the creek. Jeez, what am I projecting? Who's the creep in here? Listen, there's been several times before where YouTubers have been filmed trying to cross that creek and come up on Ron Logan's side. Let me just say this. If you can't find it, maybe you should go out and try to do it yourself, because I'm telling you right now, even in its low stages when it's a foot deep, you try to cross to that other side, it's not easy. It's a climb up. Okay, maybe it's 4 or 5 feet up. You got to climb up that muddy bank. Now, listen, imagine this. Imagine that the water is 3-4 foot high. It's up to your chest, and it's rushing and it's freezing, and it had just been a foot higher and come down, and snow's also been melting, so that everything's saturated with moisture. It's going to be muddy. And you know when... Okay, here's my feeling with Sarah Carba. I don't believe that she saw blood. I think she saw mud. I think it's true that she saw someone who was muddy. I think it was Ben Mears. I think she saw Ben Mears. He might have been doing something in the field, or who the fuck knows, man. I think maybe she did see someone muddy. I don't think she saw Richard Allen at all. I think she saw some other dude who happened to be muddy, because that day was a muddy day. Go look at the weather. If you haven't studied that yet, this is one of the first things I did when I came onto YouTube. One of my very first shows, I studied the weather and the creek stages and the water levels and all of that. That was one of my very first shows, probably in the first 10 or 20. There you go, Noe. That's what I'm saying. It's extremely difficult to get up onto Ron Logan's side because it's very steep. So imagine that it's very wet and the creek's high as can be. It's going to be even harder. I mean, come on, man. This is not rocket science. It just ain't happening. You ain't coming out of that creek clean. That's my bottom line. You can come out of it, but you're going to be like smeared deep in mud from neck all the way down, because when you're climbing out, it's going to be like smearing all down to your knees. Okay. And so you look at those crime scene photos, you tell me how that's possible. Those kids look clean. All right. Now, my next mission for us. Okay. Let's move on. We're an hour and a half in or more. Let's move on into the subject matter for the show tonight, because I wanted to do this because I made these statements before in some ways, but I thought tonight would be a good I could take the opportunity to show you for myself so you can see with your own eyes what I've been alleging here. Okay. And what I've been saying is that it's been a bloodbath. Remember, I've said that when you go on to Facebook and YouTube, I've said it's been a bloodbath with the public sentiment. Okay, do you understand? Listen, let me put it this way. I said that the public sentiment is changing out here in this all right, let's hit the reset again. Among non-locals, the public sentiment has flipped since trial. So I would say post trial, the public sentiment has flipped. Okay, so how would I quantify that? I'd say like this: before trial, I was seeing 60% he's guilty, 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 guilty. Okay, you get what I mean? Post trial, I'm seeing 60 to 80%. Not guilty, not guilty, innocent, 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 railroaded, 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 free man, free, free, free him. So it's completely inverted. Now, reasons, Prof. Well, here's the reasons. Because before any of this was known, there were a lot of assumptions plus PR campaign. Okay, what do I mean by that one? Well, I was even guilty of it. Okay. You know how you try to hedge your bets? That's what people do. It's a human propensity to try to hedge your bets. So you always want to qualify things, and you want to say, you know what? I could be wrong. So I was saying from the very beginning, I was saying, look, at this point, we don't have anything to say Richard Allen is guilty. But the prosecution could be holding something that is a bombshell. So there could be bombshell evidence that this dirty fucking prosecutor is withholding, and he's going to drop a bomb at the last possible moment onto the case, and it's going to totally blow it wide open, and everyone's going to know he's absolutely guilty. So even I was guilty of that before trial, because I thought, well, I don't trust this guy. You know, these guys, like, look, the guy is like a fucking greasy fucking guy. You know, like, he's the type of guy that's when you're out there in the world, most guys learn. Like, you don't trust a motherfucker like that. Like, that's the type of motherfucker, he would sleep with your girl. He'd fucking kill your mama. He'd do the type of dirty fucking shit. He'd cheat. He'd steal. He'd lie. He's a slime ball. He's a grease ball. So I thought, okay, well, it's possible that this guy has some bombshell evidence on Richard Allen, and he's withholding it improperly, unethically, and illegally. But he's like that, so he'll do that. And he's going to wait until trial or until the day before, or he's going to wait until the last possible minute. He's going to drop this bomb on the case, and everyone's going to be absolutely, it's going to be proven that Richard Allen killed these girls. So even I allowed for that. Okay, so I'm confessing. Well, I think a majority of the people were like that. Okay, because looking back on it, I could see there was a clear majority that were suspicious that he's probably guilty because, you know, after all, he's been charged. It's alleged that he's guilty. The state of Indiana has confidence he's guilty. They think they have a case, so he must be guilty. They obviously have something. Okay, but then what happened? Okay, what happened? Trial progressed. Nothing burger, nothing burger, nothing burger after nothing burger after nothing burger after nothing burger. And then what turns out? There's no bombshell evidence. There's absolutely nothing. Okay. So what it turns out, is that it turns out that there's nothing. There's no bombshell evidence. There's no bomb, there's no nuclear bomb dropped on this case that says Richard Allen is completely guilty, and the world says, oh, he's guilty. And Prof says, oh, he's guilty. And no one says, oh, he's guilty. So what I saw happen out here in the world, out in the wilds, I saw the public sentiment start to turn. And everyone who was allowing that possibility started to realize, wait up, trial is over. They presented all their evidence. Listen, what is the prosecution going to do? The prosecution is going to absolutely present every shred of evidence it has. And then some. It's going to get people to lie, cheat, and steal like it did. That's a given. I mean, look, this is politics, right? This is politics. This guy wants to do a good job as prosecutor because he wants to have a sustained career. He wants to go up. He wants to become judge. He wants to become governor. He wants to become vice president, senator. You get the gist. This is all a game. This is people want to work up. But what happened is people saw all the cards laid out on the table. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to hold 'em, know when to hold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money while you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. And that's what happened. See, once the cards were all laid out on the table, the world was able to see the hands that were dealt, and the world said, no fucking way. Absolutely no fucking way, you motherfuckers. You fucked around. You ain't got shit. And you see, that's the bottom line at this point. Okay? They laid all the cards out. And what you thought, what they tried to portray as a winning hand, the world has seen is not. And that's where we are now. And it's a bad place to be. Because now the sentiment has flipped. And that's the point of our show tonight. And goddamn, I think this may be the first show where it's taken 2 hours to get rolling. But I wanted you to see. I want you to see tonight for yourselves. People ain't buying this shit no more. And see, this is where they're fucked. And it's like the Bitcoin. Okay. All these years of trying to suppress it by enforcement and by non-regulation. And they've kept this Bitcoin and all the crypto suppressed. Because it was economic warfare. They want to maintain control of the current system of the bank. The bankers wanted to maintain control of this fucking system at this point. But now things have turned and the innovation is going to be regulated and allowed. So what is going to happen is this whole economy is going to explode. And this is what's happening now because information is the greatest currency, right? Like if you're kept ignorant, this is why I've always said these jurors need to come on and talk to us because you were kept ignorant. It's like anyone. When you want to keep people mentally enslaved, you keep them ignorant. You don't tell them the facts. You don't tell them how things work, okay? When you want people to be wise decision makers and to be empowered by information and education, you give them all the fucking facts. You tell them how that works. That's where I was blessed in the music industry, okay? Because early on in my life, I was wise in one way and one way only. I went to the correct mentors. I figured out who were the absolute most respected educators and innovators in the field that I was interested in. And when I went into to mentor to study under them and to be mentored by them, they showed me through doing as to how shit works. Okay. And what I saw immediately was this is all art. Okay. So you pick your poison. It's like choosing your poison. You know, there's everything has a formula. And if you want to do this for the purposes of artistic fulfillment, then there's a formula for that too. But just understand that there's all these avenues. And so I was shown the framework for how these things work. And so I chose the end game as a 20-year-old as opposed to as a 50-year-old. Well, what am I saying? Direct experience of people doing what they do best, seeing how it works, seeing the way things are done, seeing what is. And now that this has all transpired, the world has been educated as to what the case was against Richard Allen. And so, like anyone with education and information, the world is able to make a more informed decision. So these more informed decisions will make you make correct judgment calls. And so what I've been saying is that as I'm going around these YouTube streets and these Facebook streets and everywhere else, I'm noticing a pattern. The majority are not buying it anymore. They're not. And so I thought we should look at that tonight. So I called tonight's show checking out these YouTube streets, because I thought a good way to show you is to actually show you. No, there's no reason of me telling you. There's no use in me telling you. I can just show you some of the things that I've been seeing so you can see for yourselves what the odds are, because, Troll Farm's going to be out there. No one believes Richard Allen is innocent. Well, really, Troll Farm? You really think that? Because, Inquisitor, Big Solves, Great Pubes, Frank Meister. You about to get a whooping tonight, boy. See if I can make this any bigger. All right, so what we're going to do tonight, let's see. We're going to look at some things. Okay, we're going to start with this. Now, listen. What I'll be doing, it's not necessary to hear the sound, okay? So we're not looking for sound. I just want to go take a little litmus test of the comment section. So we don't need to see any of that. This is what we want right here. Let's do sort by newest. So as you see, we'll start off here. This is from 2 weeks ago. So I arranged everything in a sequential order. So this is 2 weeks ago, behind the scenes with Dateline, NBC. Okay. Dateline pushed into line for the trial and still got it wrong. Amateurs, give your head a wobble. Ew, yeah, they cut line. They cut line. All right. Ew, Mango Jerry says, Kelsey German, she never dropped them off. Ooh, rough. And then he says, 3 from ISP said the girls were found in Deer Creek. The plateau is a location of the bodies with design, but is not the crimes. Ooh, totally accurate, brother. Oh, look. Richard Allen is innocent. Case would solve itself. Oh, A Walk in the Woods is a fairy tale. Get real, lady. Look at this one. This case will never have a true result. Ooh. Then we got an idiot. Okay, so we end up with one idiot. Okay, so we got one idiot who says Richard Allen is guilty, and she recognized Bridge Guy as her husband, although she didn't want to face that horrible prospect. Okay, so look, so far we're what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1. Okay, 7 to 1. Okay, let's continue. I promise I'll be fair. How can I lie to you when I'm showing you? All right, here we go. The girls didn't have a chance with families like theirs and being allowed to run buck wild. Ooh, rough. That's rough, brother. Ooh, as Dateline reporters usurped other members of the public attendance of the trial by barging in the line after these people have been standing in line for hours. Ooh, ratioed. Oh, wow. Oh, we got a moron. He shouldn't be able to appeal. He brutally murdered these two. Okay, so that's 2, and this is another one. That's an idiot. Oh, but 6 replies. Let's look at these replies. This video never proved it was him. No witness ever said it was him. No ever DNA ever linked him. State's timeline is wrong. The state hid evidence and confessions. You know nothing about the case. Why are you commenting? Oh, convicting an innocent man is not justice. Ooh, obvious because it's not him. Open your mind and quit being a sheep. Ooh. Yes, there's no doubt that the police waited 5 years to find a patsy. Ooh. 100% agree. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby. May they find the right man. Ooh. It took so long because his statement was stuffed in a box and found later. Oh, another. That's the idiot. Hey, this idiot has also come on my channel. Luna Tuna Kid. This is another troll who's come around to my channel trying to gaslight. But look here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like I said, 7, 8 to 1. Okay. Let's go to here. So the other one was 7 to 1. That's 8 to 1. Let's check this out. Good to see news channels talking about the case. We'll call that neutral. How do we know the guy on the bridge is the suspect? He was too far away, trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. Oh, that's a very perceptive comment, Eslo 820. Oh, this is a troll. You know this is Tommy Frost, right? You know this is Tommy Frost. Jessica Lodholtz. I've dealt with this one for 2 fucking years. We know because he's caught on video and audio just moments before the girl's phone no longer moves. Witnesses saw him and pointed him out in court. Rick is BG, and BG is a perpetrator who is observed muddy and bloody walking back. That man described wearing, and said the whole fucking state's narrative in one paragraph. Okay. I've dealt with this one right here, Jessica Lodholtz. I've dealt with this one for 2 fucking years coming around. Okay. I think it's Tommy Frost. Okay, troll farm. Troll farm alert. It's first troll farm we've seen so far. Troll farm, and look, has a whole narrative in a paragraph. I bet it's copy pasted from somebody's notebook. Okay. But Rachel Deal comes and blasts. Oh no! Rachel Deal comes in and signifies the fucking troll farm Tommy Frost. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, so John William Falk says, right, but some people will accept whatever Ellie says. They would actually believe Bigfoot came out of the woods and abducted the girls if Ellie said this is what happened. Too much trust in the blue boys. Okay. What meds are you on, Jessica Lodeholtz? Well, that's Tommy Frost Troll Farm, William Falk. No one witness pointed out Rick in court. True. The phone didn't stop moving until 2:32. True. Rick was never proven to be Bridge Guy. True. But most important, Bridge Guy was never shown on video doing anything other than walking. True. Get your facts straight before attempting to gaslight people who know better. True. But William Falk, what you don't know is Jessica Lodeholtz is literally Troll Farm. I probably got 105 comments of Jessica Lodeholtz saved in my screenshots on my channel. Okay. Troll Farm alert. Jessica Lodeholtz. Okay. Oh, look, Sam says, not one single person ever pointed out Richard Allen not in or out of court. That's completely made up. No one ever described him. He never fit any descriptions. True. Samson, some of these people in here helps me understand why so many guilters have farms, because they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. True. They seem to live under Doug Carter's nutsack and in Jerry Holman's ass crack. True. Oh, look, Troll Farm is coming out swinging. Their last moments were caught, and you could see they figured out what was going on. The stuff of nightmares, remember, says Tommy Frost. Individuals can suggest all day long the state is lying, but to say every single person is lying about experiences they had with Richard Allen way before the crime ever happened is... Hold on, Tommy Frost. What are you talking about? The fucking coworker who said Richard Allen farted one day or something? Come on, Troll Farm never gets new talking points, by the way. Okay. Show more. Yeah, sure. Jessica, Tommy Frost, you better research, because the email they said was so damning was a search for recommendations for a good horror movie. True. As for the audio, oh, did Tommy Frost say about the email searches? Research his email and the accounts. Yeah, this is either Tommy Frost or Mark Robert Cohen. Come on, man. This is Troll Farm. So this Jessica Lodeholtz, you see what's going on here? So look, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look, I suggest you watch True Crime Design. Yeah. Yeah. Or All Eyes on Delphi. Yeah. These will lead you to the, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, 13 to fucking 1 against Troll Farm, Jessica. Okay? You get what I'm saying here? Okay, so let's move on. I'm trying to keep this moving. Keep it pushing. Okay. Last night, I watched Dateline twice, and they stressed that, quote, somebody thought they heard a gun being racked. Yeah, that was called ISP. That's called Troll Farm. My question is, what the fuck? Video recorded on bridge, recording less than a minute long, gun being racked to instill fear, bodies and bullet found a quarter mile away. Yet another magic bullet. Good job, Skino the Perinium. Oh, Rachel Deal's coming again with the gaslight. But again, look at the ratios here. Okay. John Falk says that's where confusion comes in. Libby never recorded Bridge Guy intentionally. True. He was far behind Abby, just walking, minding his business. Apparently, yeah. The cops made him the killer in the public perception. True. Do you think the girls would say hi to the man that just chased Abby to the end of the bridge? No. Do you think Libby was suspicious enough to record? No, I think it was a just accidental capturing of somebody else on the bridge. When he started running after Abby, wouldn't Libby think to call 911? Allegedly. And if ISP had a video showing BG chasing Abby, it would be their duty to warn the public. True, but they said there's no threat to the public. They told the public BG was a witness and putting the public at ease. Yes, you see da 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 da. Oh, nowhere in the video did anyone ever say BG chased Abby across the bridge. These people are sick in the head, delusional. Oh, there comes a troll farm again. Okay, no, no, Rachel. Rachel, that's what you have to conclude if you conclude the timeline. That somehow that guy that's seen in the video got close enough to be heard in the audio. Come on, girl. Are you stupid, Rachel? For these people to spew lies and misinformation is ridiculous. Okay, you see, Rachel's a dumbass. She's a stanky biatch. Okay, but anyhow, moving on. Look at the ratio I'm showing to you. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's move it on. Oh my God, I'm not reading all of these, but look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, 1, 2, 17, 18, 9, 3, 19. 19 to 3. Okay, 19 to 3, yo. Okay, here comes Emmy Sue. Free Rick Allen. Here comes Hucky Billy. It's sickening these two innocent girls didn't receive justice. Here comes Shelton Jones. Investigation DELPHI is a joke. Show us all your proof. Ask Baldy for it. Oh, wait, he'll change course again tomorrow. That's the joke. Oh, here comes Troll Farm. Jessica Lodeholtz. Look at it. First, these sticks are supposedly formed by runes by racist Odinist guards. See, this is Tommy Frost. Tommy Frost. Tommy Frost. Telling you, if I go to Google, if I go in my iPhoto now, and if I search Jessica Lodeholtz, I promise you, I'd have 150 screenshots of Jessica Lodeholtz, i.e., Tommy Frost, gaslighting me for the past 2 fucking years. Okay. Always the same shit. A good majority of individuals online are basing research off of what some accounts wrote and calling it evidence. There is content creators on both sides. I've done my own research. Oh, Tommy, you're such a douchebag. Tommy, look, he was searching for a horror movie to watch. Okay, searching for scary movies with your wife does not make you a double child murderer. Newsflash. But again, that's 19 to 3. Okay, let's keep on. Reporting a narrative and investigating journalism are 2 different things. The world is watching and we need our news teams to investigate unbiased. Damn, Critter Mama, you dropping bombs. So sorry they didn't focus on Baldwin's bullshit to save face. Richard Allen is never going to get an appeal, says Pooh's 1963. Okay, your statement contains absolute truth. Okay, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1 here. 4 to 1. Isn't that what I'm saying? Isn't that 75% right there? Okay, 4 to 1, bitch. Okay. Oh, look, they got the wrong guy. This case doesn't sit well with me. I'm not a supporter of Richard Allen, but of the girls and their families. The only way for the girls to get justice is to arrest the right person. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough. Look, I fucked up and I messed up. Okay, so well, I lost my spot, but you're seeing the vibe here. I'm trying to show you the vibe. Oh, we got an idiot. Okay, look, we got an idiot. What a monster. R.I.P. Abby and Libby. Oh, says Karen. Oh, Karen's being a Karen. Oh, look. Monsters. Kelsey and Bree still roam free. Kelsey and Bree still roam free. Whoa, that's a rhyme for all time. Monsters. Kelsey and Bree still roam free. How poetic. You should seek help, says Ray. Oh, Rachel's back in the fucking troll farm again. Okay. Look, Sarah says, bravo, William. Rachel says, I hope you lawyer up when she sues you. Oh, that must be, you know what? Rachel Deal is, I got it. Rachel Deal is Gray Hughes. Because the only one threatening with suing is Gray Hughes and Frank Meister. I'm telling you, in all of creation, the only two who go around threatening to sue are Gray Hughes and Frank Meister. Are you dumbasses out there listening? Gray Hughes and Frank Meister. That's the ones who always say, I hope you lawyer up. They're gonna sue you. So Rachel must be Gray Hughes or Frank Meister. Okay. The monster is still out there, says Shiloh 4, and some could care less until it's their child. Ooh, good one, Shiloh. We all have lawyers in waiting her to sue us. That's actually the only way for her to show her evidence at her own trial. Good luck with that, sweet Kelsey. Ooh, Sarah, would you marry me? Okay. Oh my God, she can't sue and won't do anything. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby. Okay. Oh, look, Marsh says free Ricky Allen. Carroll County is corrupt. Never gonna happen. He's guilty of sin. Oh, Poos is a little butthurt. Okay. They will in the year 2190. Okay. Oh, she's back. Tommy Frost is back. There. But look at the numbers here. Once again, let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8-2. All right, so you're getting an idea. That was just on one video, y'all. So it's always 8-2. It's 9-3. It's 6-1. All right. So that was 2 weeks ago. So let's go back a little, because we could go through every one of these. It would take us hours. We're not going to do that. I'm just trying to show you the vibes out in these YouTube streets. Okay, so let's go to let's be a gentleman and let's go to a month ago to these fake ass crime scene photos. Look, speaking of that, you guys notice a little something about this phone? This phone, listen, this is not a Gryffindor. Okay, let's go to this. Because they wanted to fuck with us, so we might as well fuck with them. Okay, so right now it's called checking out these YouTube streets. So let's see what they tried to pull. They tried to tell us this is a Gryffindor case, right? Gryffindor. Do you guys see that color right there? Does that look like a fucking red, blood red to you, or does that look purple? Lavender. I'll give you a minute. You see that? Anyway, these were when the state, because McClellan, for his own benefit, yeah, he's going to release sealed evidence, crime scene photos. When it behooves him, he's going to release sealed evidence, and not get any sort of contempt of court for it. But this ain't a Gryffindor case. Okay. But moving right along, that's not why we're here. We're going to go sort by newest. Okay. Look at here. Not guilty. Wrong guy. Free Rick Allen. These perps know the telephone was there. Crooked court from the beginning. I thought it was in a shoe. Thought the phone was under Abby's deceased body. The box cutter confession from Logan is new evidence because the medical examiner changed his testimony on the stand to make the box cutter the murder weapon. The defense's chosen path wasn't allowed. It's all bullshit. Did both girls have phones? Rick Allen's confessions didn't match the crime scene. Free Rick Allen. Indiana tortured a man because they are useless. Half of your officials are substandard and corrupt. Shame on you, Doug Carter. My cell phone kept registering the headphones were connected. The port was dirty. Oh, we got Linda. I know who that is. Linda Miller's one of the fucking trolls. Oh, she's trying to fuck with us. I know who she is. I got you screenshot, Linda. I'm so sorry to tell you, you're troll farm. Okay, bitch, that was 2 years ago you were troll farming me. Okay, so we got a troll in here. But listen, one troll, and how many did I just count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 to 1. So it took 15 to 1 troll. Okay, now let's look at here. You left out the most important points on the motion and repeated the snarky statement by the prosecution. Great job letting the public know only what the state would want. Ooh, perceptive comment, D. Hudson. They did a good job highlighting. This is a news segment. The defense lawyer saying the witness was not credible because of a polygraph blows my mind. Every week, people get off the, okay, whatever fucking gaslighting going on in this one. But look here. Ron Logan confessed, Elvis confessed. Imagine that. Gold received these papers and suddenly a wet phone. Reports say the phone was inside a shoe. Free Rick Allen, Abby and Libby. They're faked by the state. Look up the pic under Abby's leg. It's a different colored case. I thought the phone was always under Abby's body. How is it lying amidst leaves in the picture? Free Richard Allen, says Rebecca and 1965. Hey, Rebecca, we found you. Okay. The judge is famous for not reading anything, like the 136-page Franks memorandum, allowing confessions from a mentally ill drug person. Ooh, seeing the phone. It's very obvious the phone. Okay, so we got what? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 to 1. 11 to 1. Okay, 11 to 1. Remove Fran Goal. Oh, we got a troll farm. Dear Richard Allen lovers, listen, bitch. Ain't no one love Richard Allen except his wife and his mother. I don't love Richard Allen. Ain't no one in my chat love Richard Allen. We don't know Richard Allen. How could we love him? Okay, other than the fact that we love all human beings as a general concept because we're Christians. Okay. Calling someone Richard Allen lover is a way that you gaslight. You try to distract. You set up a straw man argument, which is a logical fallacy. Ain't no one over here to love Richard Allen. And then this bitch repeats it. The defense is not permitted to request a new trial to change strategy when their chosen path fails. And might add, failed terribly. Richard Allen lovers. Okay, so you see who this is? This right here, Stiff Kitten. This is obviously someone who's from the prosecution or troll farm. Stiff Kitten. Notice the Y's. This is a occult symbolism, using the Y's in place of an I. Okay, this is an occult person. All right. It's moving on. So we got a troll farm. We'll count that one as 1. Putting this guy in the worst prison in Indiana where he was innocent till proven guilty when he's never been in jail can 100% fuck someone's head up. And regardless of guilt, he was 100% illegal the way they did it because they made up the rules as they go and only enforce the ones that help them. They break federal laws like it's jaywalking, and there's no way to hold them accountable. Ooh, Blair Horror. Blair Horror. Okay. We got Blair Horror, so that's 1. I'm not even going to the replies under him. Look, there's a bunch of them, but we're going to skip that. We'll go to this one. Count. This is 1. Okay, 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Richard Allen is the killer. Use logic and common sense. Okay, so that's 1. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we got 8 to 2. Let's read this one. They convict Richard Allen with no evidence, no witness pointing him out, and no DNA. They convict Mike Tyson for grape after Sunday school teacher comes to his hotel room at 2 p.m. for a plutonic visit. Okay. They have They have video evidence of Catholic priests raping minors, but they are simply moved to a different church. Where's justice in the state of Indiana? That's rough, Lemmy Briggs. Okay. So let's start here because we already did we had 8-2. So we got that one. We got Westville is not known for being safe for inmates. My Bill did 2 years there for drinking and driving. He won't talk about the place. There are arrows pointing to the gift phone. Banana Republic. Why did the state say it was under Abby's shoe? Liars. Oh, my God. There goes Ron Logan wearing the same blue jacket the bridge guy was wearing. Let all of this evidence come out after we convict a guy. Our justice system is broken. Oh, that's rough. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 8. Okay. Again, 8-1. 8-1, y'all. Why do you think I'm doing this? 8-1, y'all. Okay. I'm trying to show you the public sentiment. Okay, so that was a month ago with the fucking fake crime scene. Like, whatever the fuck color this phone is, it ain't Libby's phone case. So whose phone was she using? I think I should pull it down to make a point right now. Question for all you idiots. It's not Libby's phone case. So whose phone was she using? Okay, moving on. Let's go to this one. Remember, this is an amazing one. This was when the defense came out and the defense said, "Hey, we're gonna do an interview." And everyone said, "Thank God we get to hear from the defense." There's 500 comments, okay? Let's take a little litmus test here. Why didn't the defense bring up the fact that the picture on Snapchat wasn't on the phone of Libby on the bridge, was fake, and Abby was photoshopped onto the bridge? P-Dog 960 getting it. P-Dog 960 is getting it. You see what I mean about people are getting it? This means all of our work has not been in vain. Abby and Libby was never seen at the bridge that day at all. No proof Abby and Libby were at the trails. Kelsey and Bree were at the trails. Why weren't the bodies found the night of the 13th, even when a drone would have picked up the bodies for sure, or night vision cameras? Okay. Oh, P-Dog 960 killing it in the comment section, y'all. No witnesses, is it? Except for Kelsey. Red flags. Red flags. Camera at the feed store picked up so-called Kelsey's vehicle. You couldn't pick up enough detail to prove it was the same. It was the same vehicle. You can't make up the model, make, model. Can't put Kelsey in the driver's seat, and more importantly, can't put the girls in the back seats. Crappy camera couldn't differentiate between a car and a truck, big or small. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, remember they used Kelsey herself. Do you guys remember this? I don't know how many people retained this from the info drops. They used the drivers of the vehicles themselves to pick out their vehicles on the camera. That means they use Kelsey to pick out that it's her car on camera. They use Betsy Blair to pick out her car. They use this one to pick out her car and this one to pick. They use the fucking people they use the people cited as drivers to pick out their own vehicles on camera. Do you honestly think that's credible enough to stand up in court? When all of these people are sus AF, all of these people appear to be possibly lying in a double murder of 2 little children. But nope, that's what they did. Steve Mullen allowed the drivers of the vehicles to pick out their own vehicles. That's the thoroughness of this. Anyway, that's what P-Dog's drawing attention to. Okay, so we got P-Dog, that's 1. Okay. Okay, then we got Tara Wibble says, a doctor has to go through a huge amount of schooling because they have people's lives in their hands. Yet the police who have people's lives in their hands have very little schooling. Ooh, that's rough, biatch. That's rough. The only way for our country to get a better justice system is to mandate our police and investigators that all fail to have more schooling. Oh, and all in that field have more schooling. It's scary to have so much control and power over American citizens. The people who pay so much to government have our lives in their hands, yet they can't graduate a class in 6 weeks. We need education reform for that position of law enforcement. Yeah. Ooh, good one, Tara. Jurors need to understand what reasonable doubt is. Oh, thank you so much. God bless you, sexy. Thank you. There was so much of it here and in so many other cases. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. I can't zoom in, Shibby. Leave me alone. I don't know how to zoom in right now. Okay. You're lucky that I'm able to do this. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, jurors became audiologists too. 4, 5. Free Richard Allen. Okay, he is innocent. I want to see the full bridge guy video Libby took. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, 6. I don't believe he's guilty. 7. Oh, now we got a biatch. Being in a cage is the price a person pays for committing a crime of this type. Okay, so we got 6-1, right? Okay, then we got, I can't understand why any of the DNA has not been tested. There was no justice for Abby and Libby. Justice for Richard Allen. Free Richard Allen. Pray. He's a patsy. This should terrify every citizen. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are treating him differently because he's not guilty and they want to break him. 6. The administrator of a polygraph on a key witness to alternate suspects dies in a fire. Law enforcement officer writing an alternative theory is assassinated. Greg Ferenczi, leaker of crime scene photos, unalives himself. Nothing to see it here at all here, folks. Ooh, that's a great one, Spectre the Horseman. Sketches thrown out because they don't match Richard Allen. Yeah. 0 eyewitnesses pointed to Richard Allen as the man they saw. Yes, or the man they sketch. Junk ballistic science. True. Forced psychotic medication. True. Criminal torture with beyond the pale solitary confinement links. True. Compromised psychologists whom happened to hear the confession one day on one of the only days there was no cameras. True. A biased judge. True. Just getting started on the clown factory. True. Just in time in coming for the new attorney general to review the case. True. Justice was not served. True. WTHR, don't let it go. True. I have Apophis. The bottom line is Delphi was a textbook railroad. True. Oh, God. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Truth always comes out in the wash. Hard to fight with hand behind your back. County is totally corrupt. Ridiculous. That's 20. I'm sure hope the community doesn't get relaxed. Protect your children because the killers are still out there. 21. Indiana is very corrupt. 22. Allen didn't do it. 23. I know Richard Allen's defense team would never read this, but I'm begging you. Now the gag order is lifted. Please put out a video or pick a YouTuber behind the scenes. Lay out your entire case. 23. What do you think prison is supposed to be? Oh, 23-1. 23-1. Okay, let's hit the reset. Rick never came back. Oh yeah, the phone. He was genuine and sincere when he admitted to killing the girl 60 plus times. Oh, we got a troll. Okay, let me tell you why this is a straw man argument. Rick never came back, meaning he never came back to the trails, you fucking cunt. You see, that was a troll farm talking point they tried to say. They tried to say that one of the lawyers said Rick never came back to the scene. Therefore, they're saying that means he was there in the first place. No, bitch. What they're saying is Rick never came back to the High Bridge Trails area. That's what she meant. He never came back to the whole fucking vicinity, bitch. Okay, here's another one. Killing the girl 60 plus times. No, he didn't do that. After being tortured and drugged for half a year, while in the depths of a psychotic episode, being manipulated by a stupid, obsessed true crime fan bitch, okay, he made statements about 5 times that appeared to be direct confessions after being prodded and led by his insane, unhinged, maniacal, obsessed true crime fan girl psychologist, quote unquote. The 60 plus times comes from Brian Harshman asserting that for 60 other instances, which only he could detect due to his psychic powers of all-knowing expertise in confessions, in voices, in vocal analysis, and in speech patterning, he was able to determine that 60 other statements that he heard in phone calls amounted to what could be called a confessions if you understood his basic pattern of speech. So yeah, there were no 60 plus confessions. I've already made that explicitly clear to you all. But look, then the cunt says, when will you admit facts? Well, excuse me, lady. I think you need to go back to knitting with your 500 cats and just go out peacefully like most unhinged cat lady grandmas do and get off the internet, Kathy Cat. They only took this case for the notoriety. Is that another point you troll farm makes? Yeah, you think they needed this? Listen, let me tell you something, bitches. Do you understand how much money attorneys make? Well, maybe you don't. Let's put it this way. How much you make in a day, they make in an hour. Is that good enough for you? How much money you make in a day at most, they make in an hour at least. Okay, kitty cat? So what I'm saying to you is that they don't need this case. This case is more trouble than it's worth. They put their lives at risk taking this case. They don't need the notoriety. They're making as much in a day as you make. I'm sorry. They're making as much in an hour at minimum as you make in a day at most. Okay. Now, let's get back to counting. Incredible interview with the brilliant Jennifer Auger. Oh, Sabrina. Oh, Sarita. Okay. Okay, so that's 1. This case breaks my heart. I hope he stays strong. Strong gets a new trial. That's 2. I don't see how any attorney could even sit beside Richard Allen. He's a child killer. Okay, so that's 2-1. Okay, let's keep counting. Odd Structure says, maybe WTHR investigative report can start with the Carroll County bailiff who was socializing with jurors at the hotel, cooking burgers, giving them details about a girl who had her phone taken on the highway and given to the judge, telling them funny stories about the prosecutor so they would think he was a good guy. Oh, yeah. Odd structure, killing it, knocking out of the park. Yeah, you remember our unhinged cunt juror who was in love with her barbecuing Carroll County bailiff, who was so nice and cute and such a awesome guy, husband material, cooks good burgers, grills some good hot dogs, tells funny stories. He's so charming. He just makes all every day of this fantastical jury duty just totally worth it. Like Jason. Oh, Jason, you're so cute. But that's a killer one. Yeah. Maybe the investigative reporting. How about you do some actually do some reporting, and you can start with the jurors and Jason. Yeah, you think so? Oh, there's a reason FBI was kicked off the case. Oh, that's rough. There's not been another case in America I can think of that's needed cameras in the courtroom more than Richard Allen's. Oh, that's rough. I will always believe the jury was tainted. Oh, that's rough. Free Richard Allen. Oh, that's rough. I'm in Norway, and I can see this trial wasn't fair for the families. Hoping a new one with all the evidence. Oh, that's rough. These two girls deserve the truth. This verdict is not it. Oh, the truth. This this case reeks of incompetence. Oh, the truth. Oh, I don't doubt the spent round was planted after they found it on Richard Allen's dresser. They act as if they're donating their time and really care. They don't. In reality, they are all sucking money off the heinous acts committed, and they do it just for money. Well, I ain't gonna lie, that's what lawyers do. Okay, lawyers are fucking lawyers. Okay, so let's stop there and count backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to 1. 15 to 1. Okay. Can I let this one go? Can I let this one go? This is 15 to 1. Are you starting to get what I'm saying about the percentages here? Okay. And look, this goes on and on and on and on and on. Let's go to 2 months ago. Okay, here. Full news conference. You remember the one where they blamed the defense for Robert Fortson killing himself, which was totally the cause of Mark Robert Cohen and Nick McClellan and company. But you remember this unhinged, and where Doug Carter says, if you don't like it, you can leave the country. If you don't like the railroad and Richard Allen, leave the country. Yeah, this one 2 months ago. Let's go check out some of these. Let's get some ratio off of this. Okay. Like a lineup at Nuremberg, criminals, one and all. Anna Williams missing speaks volumes. She knows the Patties. She knows what the Patties did to her daughter. Ooh, you know what I think? Who made this comment? Okay. You know what I think? I think Anna Williams knows they got the wrong guy. I'll say this. I don't know about Anna Williams. I really don't know. But I'll say this. I truly believe Anna Williams knows they got the wrong guy. All right. Oh, look, it's Rick Snay. Hey, look at Rick right here. You guys see Rick? It's R. Snay. I love that Rick came and stood up. I should have done that. So Rick, I'll give you credit for this. You came in and did what I should have done. You said, no, Doug Carter, the defense was not responsible for Fortson's death. Jerry Holman was. Yeah, totally. Jerry Holman and the troll farm. Jerry Holman and the troll farm killed Kyle Fortson. Not Andy Baldwin. All right. But here we come. Listen, guys, I wish I could blow this up. I don't know how to. I don't know how to. I don't know how to blow it up. But look, this is clearly a troll account. Look at my mouse. You see my mouse right here? Look where I'm pointing to this photo. Dude, if you know anything about trolls, you know they use these AI generated fake photos that are not them. Look at this. I mean, come on. Are you fucking, you guys are not retards. Look at there. That right there is a fake profile image. Okay, you see my little handy, my little hand? Let's click on it and see where it brings us. Interesting, isn't it? Whoa, this is fucking weird. Ooh, I'm not touching this one. Oh, you guys see my mind being blown? Oh my God, if this doesn't scream troll farm and criminal underground underworld, criminal underworld, I don't know what will. Portugal? Oh my God. It seems like a human trafficked victim up here. You got a fake image right here. Looks like you got some blood right here. Oh my God. I'm not touching this one with a 10-foot pole. Let's go back. Okay. But let's see what that human trafficker has to say here. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, I'm having glitches here. Here's what the human trafficker says. Hey, conspiracy theorists. Richard Allen disclosed 4 bits of information never released to the public and media until trial. Info only Allen and the police knew. Okay, what are they, dumbass human trafficker? 1. Specific manner of how the girls were killed. Slashed throats. Excuse me, sir, or ma'am, human trafficker. You do realize that has been known since 2017, right? Because when David Erskine and all the other locals came out, they started telling the public, we've always known that was the manner of death. I mean, we had crime scene photos. The state of their bodies after death. One naked, other not. No. Let me tell you something. That comes from the crime scene photos, also, which Mana Koala had access to because she was given them. A white car arrived and parked near the area. You mean the van? That was known since 2017 too. No essay on the nude girl. Allen said he got scared and ran away. No, there was semen in the girls. Strikes and Allen and your conspiracy is done. Go back to chasing 9/11. You know, 9/11 is actually was an inside job. So it's odd that you say this type of stuff. You know what? First of all, you appear to be an international human trafficker, and then you're coming in trying to debunk this with these points and this type of gaslight. You're very interesting. And maybe Iva Apophis will go and research you. St. Martin's, at St. Martin's. Okay. Where are we? Okay, I see. 1, 2. We got the fucking human trafficker here. Okay. Then we got 3. Look, he says disgraceful conduct. They failed to provide evidence shown beyond a shadow of a doubt. I pray they were right, but my gut tells me otherwise. I'm not convinced. And if those killers are still free, that's the biggest failure in our justice system history. Praying for all involved. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, good. Great. The great cover up. But where's the cameraman? Justice for Libby and Abby. Free Rick Allen. End corruption in Indiana. Bring the feds. I don't know what this is. It's a link. I'm not going to click it. Oh, look, it says the prof. You can't make this shit up. Look, somebody going to bat for the prof. That's Allie 2 months ago, linked to the prof to my channel. God bless you, Allie. Let me hit like. Oh, I got to sign in. I'm not doing that. Okay. All right. We got the prof. Okay, we'll count that as a yes. Okay. Hiding the phone from the killer so they couldn't take it. So they, is that a quote from McClellan? Okay. All that matters is these girls rest in peace. Yeah, well, you're obviously a newbie. You don't know shit. Okay, but yeah, the girls need to rest in peace when the true killers are found. Oh, look at this interesting one. It says, the bridge guy has an injured front right leg from motorcycle accident. I know this because he told me so when he was in the hardware store I was employed in Somerville, South Carolina. The bridge guy is also wearing a flat hat and a fanny pack on the right side of his person. Trust me, Richard Allen is not the bridge guy. I've been trying to get the police to hear me out on this for 2.5 years, even going so far as to drive to Lafayette State Police Post and share the video of bridge guy with the same walk flat hat, fanny pack right in the front side of his person, facial hair. They have the wrong man in custody, period. Bodies were found in water. Abby and Libby. I don't know what all these little comments mean. I'll count all those as one. Okay. Okay, so let's start here. Let's say 1, 2. I'll count all those as 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 to 1. Right there. 16 to 1. Okay, keep going. Let's start here. 16 to 1. Again, you notice that number keeps coming up? 15, 16 to 1? Okay. People just wanted this to be a movie plot. The idea it was just when one man who did it is lost on some people. Lizard peoples. These lizard peoples. Yeah, they are. ISP. Okay. I don't know what this person's saying. We'll skip over that. Okay. It's a new day. Hey, what's up, baby? Let's start with her. Okay. Well, I hear all the troll forum YouTubers getting their questions in. Frank Petto, Greeno, the grifter, Kristen behind the refrigerator door. Oh, she never hungry too long. Doug Carter's wife has been. Nick sucks at telling parables. It's a new day. Why am I not reading your comments every day? Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Report this, Doug. Middle finger. Anyone can hate you, even people who aren't U.S. citizens. Jerry Holman is a liar, and I'm 100% going to prove it. Oh, my God. This is total bullshit. Oh, yeah. They just sentenced an innocent man, then they all know it. Shame on them. Doug Carter is evil. Lies, 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 says Aaron Gardner. Ooh, okay. Oh, my God. This is incomplete. Carter needs to explain his tentacles comment. Okay. An elderly volunteer solves the DELPHI case after 5 years. We wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for her. It took an elderly volunteer to get justice. Unreal. Doesn't say much for the state's investigators working the case or LE. Thanks, Nick. Okay. I'm glad his response to the alternative theories is there's no evidence until there's no evidence. What? Indiana v. Richard Allen 2.0 coming soon. These girls do not have justice. They were just 2 victims on a list of unsolved cases They wanted to clear since they set up the sequence to find the tip because they're protecting the real killers. Bomb drop. Those in Delphi, don't leave your doors unlocked because these killers are still walking, no doubt. Where's fat ass Tobe? Doug Carter is not stable. Oh, oh my God. Bunch of fake ass corrupt people in that room, no doubt. Just wait in about a year or two. That's when the retrial. Keep that same energy, dumbass. Mike Patty is a problem. He's involved in the murders and he's got balls to stand up here and talk. Bunch of cowards and liars in this room. What a phony bunch, says Darlene. How do any of you people sleep at night? Shame, shame, shame. Free Rick Allen. What a crap show, liar, says Marie Kelly. They just destroyed an innocent man's life, says Sarah Melissa. They're protecting the real culprits, Kelsey German and the Patties. Ooh, rough. The Screen Actors Ceremony, all of them in one spot, minus Becky. But I'm sure she's at home counting all the money she's made off the case. Well deserved. You guys pulled it off. What a fucking team of liars, thieves, and murderers. The feds are looking at you, says Matt Sullivan, and thank God. 6 beautiful young girls lost because fools allowed criminal enterprise to operate throughout your community with impunity. You can all sit there and pat yourselves on the back, but you created the suspicious and insanity you all now condemn. Clean up your drug-soaked city and stop allowing these criminals to own you, Tony. Corruption is a virus you are all suffering from. Clean up, fix the damage you've caused. Quit with the secrecy. Oh, God bless you, Matt Sullivan. Huge round of applause for Matt Sullivan, y'all. What a joke. Let's heal. Dude's a weirdo. All lying scumbags. Corruption runs deep in Delphi. You got the wrong man, dude. Justice for Abby and Libby one day will be served. Shameful conclusion. Okay, let's just count all those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 to 0. So let's take a little break. Now, you still think I'm making shit up? Do you still think I'm making this shit up? You see, when I'm telling you the tide has turned, this entire ratio has been inverted, okay? Like I said, when I say it's 60, 70%, that's being extremely generous. We're talking about 16 to 1, 15 to 1, 13 to 1. Does that sound like 70% or does that sound more like 90 something percent? Yeah, God bless Matt Sullivan. By the way, Matt, love you. Love you. Now, yeah, I think so, Miss K. Now listen. Remember there was one, you know what got me thinking about this, to do this? There was one not long ago that fucking Frank Meister figured he would be a big fucking man. Okay, I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. So remember not long ago, Mike and Pecky Batty came out and they did a little 4 or 5 minute video with the little Rafael Sanchez, black Mexican guy. Remember that not long ago? And Sanchez says, "Hey, what convinced you that Richard Allen was guilty?" And the only answer Mike could pull out of his ass was, "Oh, it was really any one thing, but I think it was a totality of circumstances that everything just added up that it had to be. And then when that video was posted, I went and did the same thing that I've just been doing with you. Literally, guys, it was 90+% killing the patties. It was 90+%, just like this. It was 20-1. Richard Allen's innocent. You railroad an innocent guy. You guys know something more happened. Blah 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 blah. And one troll farm. It was so bad that Frank Meister took it upon himself and boasted about it on the fucking Facebook that he contacted, Rafael Sanchez and said, you got to turn off the comments on the video. So they had to turn off the comments on the video, and they turned off the comments on the video. But then I wasn't able to screenshot it, but then before they turned off the comments. But then I went to Facebook, and they hadn't yet turned off the comments on Facebook, but they had deleted some. But I went to Facebook, and I hurry up and I screenshot some of the ratio on Facebook. And let me just tell you what happened on Facebook. Because when I went to Facebook, yes, they had deleted some of the worst ones, but still, it was 80-90% on Facebook, killing them. And I promise you, guys, I put up the screenshots on my community page. They're actually still there. You want to know who was in the comment section? The only ones who were defending? Tara German, Michaela Babcock, and some lank. Do I need to say that again? Tara German, Michaela Babcock, and some lank. I'm not kidding. Everybody else, 95% of the comments, even on Facebook, were killing them. No, it wasn't Josh. It wasn't Josh. It was some other lank. It's on my Facebook. I mean, it's on my community page. But I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that, you see, what Frank Meister pulled, was he had them turn the comments off because it was that fucking bad. And like I'm saying, I've just shown you how bad it is. And that's just on normal things that don't include the patties directly. But this is the reality of this situation. And this is the reality that cannot be faked. Okay, the reason I wanted to kind of allow people to see this. Listen, the way, let me explain to you the way the troll farm, because they do try to fake it. Okay, I'll explain to you how the troll farm tries to fake it. I'm looking for something, just a sec. Okay. The troll farm tries to fake it like this, but they can't keep up with this momentum. Okay. Typically, this is how the troll farm has tried to fake it. One person will have 13 or 30 accounts. So what they'll do, they'll go in under their original name. Let's do an example. Tommy Frost. Okay. He'll say, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then he'll log into one of the other 13 accounts, and it'll be like Jessica. And Jessica will say, I know, Tommy. All right. And then Jessica Lodeholtz will come, and Jessica will say, I know, blah, 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 blah. And then one of the other trolls will come in, and because there's only 5 of the trolls, but there's 300 accounts between all 5 of them. So then one of the other trolls will come. So typically the way that will work is you'll have the 3 or 4 or 5 trolls in the one comment, but they'll come in each under 15 accounts. They'll have a whole thing to try to convey some sort of false consensus. But the problem now is that the numbers are so overwhelming, they can't fight it anymore. It's a tidal wave. They can't use those old tactics worked 4 years ago. That's how things have always been done. See, this is something you haven't learned about Delphi yet. This goes back 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years. This goes back. This is how they've always done. But this was before trial. This is how the things have always been done. They created a false consensus reality out there using troll farm techniques. It was part of the organized PR campaign that kept this case, or this state's case, the state's narrative, this family's narrative alive all these years. Okay? It's straight up out of the it's out of the Marxist playbook if you really want to know. I don't, you guys don't like politics, so fuck it. This is straight up Marxist playbook. This is how things have always been done. So the way they tried it in Delphi was the same techniques. Okay. Now that trial is over and people have seen the cards laid out on the table, now people can make up their own minds, and the consensus reality doesn't have that same fucking effect as it used to. Okay. So if you go back now and you say, well, now that trial's over and now that some time has passed and some momentum has gained, we've had almost a quarter, 3 or 4 months. Now let's look at the public consensus reality. Well, you're seeing by what I'm showing you. The public consensus at this point is your shit might have worked for some years, but reality's coming back to bite you in the ass. And see, that's going to be happening in all ways of life. Okay, it's going to be happening in politics. It's going to be happening in Hollywood. It's going to be happening in finance, and it is happening in Delphi. Okay, whether you like it or not. See, this does not require your approval to happen, because this is just, it's sheer momentum. It's like energy. Once you release, I like using examples in sound waves because that's what I understand best. But you can use electricity, or you can use what's a term? I want to say Maxwell's law. It's not Maxwell's. It's objects in motion tend to stay in motion. What is that? Jesus. Once you release that momentum, the energy plays out as it's going to, based upon the inertia and the resistance and the fucking momentum and all of the physics that are at play. That's what's happening with this energy in our society. So you see where they really fucked up by trying to control this is you kept the public ignorant for so many years using these gaslighting and these troll farm techniques, this public narrative control, that you allowed this energy to build up, or this momentum. You allowed this energy because if you had allowed it to happen naturally over time, the momentum would have slowly built if you would not have tried to steer this narrative the way that you did. But what you did, you kept it suppressed for 7 fucking years. You kept everyone questioning reality and questioning themselves, and you shamed speech. So like I was shaming the other day, Delphi docs. Because you go to Delphi docs, listen, what's the number one fucking rule? Okay? What's the number one fucking rule? I'll help you right now, okay? Because I like helping. Because I'm not trying to be mean to people, but I'm trying to be fucking real with people, because people are unhinged. People are absolutely unhinged. Okay? So let's do this. Let's go to Delphi docs, and what we're going to do, we're going to go to rules. Okay? You're going to look at the rules real quick. I'm going to show you guys something that you ain't going to believe. Because they even tried it with this shit. You go to here, right? Look over here. Rules. You guys see this? Rules. Rule number 1. What is rule number 1? Do not suggest the families are involved. Do not question the inaction of family members. Members of the victim's immediate family are not to be discussed as potential POIs. Furthermore, it is a policy of the sub to consider said family as de facto cleared. What the fuck? Then furthermore, do not publish full names. Do not post full names of POIs. Do not post full names of persons of interest. Do not post photos side by side. Do you see what I mean about how this? So this is supposed to be a liberal, a balanced, a truthful. Look at the here. Justice for one is justice for all. Truth, due process, human rights, light over darkness, R.I.P. Libby and Abby. This is supposed to be truth, fair, balance. Do not suggest or question the family. You will be booted. So you see what I mean? That, look, we're being honest here. That's one of the more open, honest, balanced Reddits. Imagine how unhinged it is in the ones that are less honest, less truthful, less open. Yeah, it's yeah, I know. And guess what? De facto cleared. Family is de facto cleared. Family is de facto cleared. Even Doug Carter would not do that. Even Doug Carter would not de facto. Doug Carter wouldn't even say, "Well, I don't think so. I don't think they were involved. I think they're clear." He would say, the vast majority of the family has been cleared. Mostly, likely, probably. Anyway, okay. Jeez, y'all. Hey, so let's have a little more fun. Okay, I wasn't done yet. I know this is a long show. We're gonna cut it short though. Don't worry. I like to thank everyone for being here. Thanks, Amy. Yeah, please remind everyone to hit the like. Please hit the like, y'all. Hit the Cash App. I got the Cash App for your support. That's the most productive way to provide support because they take the least percentage. YouTube takes 30% of your money when you donate, and Cash App might take 3 or something. So thanks, Amy. And hitting the like is a great way to support the channel, as well as leaving comments on the comment section or joining the live chat and just basically enjoying the channel. Okay, am I here yet? Okay, yeah, I'm here. I wanted to do, because we were looking at WTHR, so let's look at a little WRTV. Okay. So let's take one, let's be fair, from a month ago. Let's do some defense attorney, okay, reporting. Let's sort by newest. Okay, start there. 3 weeks ago, we're going to say Libby's grandma were involved in the death of the 4 children killed in Florida. She values the house for more money than the house cost. She did it for the councilman at the time. They found 15 different DNAs on the scene. One of them belongs to Indiana policeman, and Kelsey's hair was in Abby's hand. I take care of my disabled mother, and I've been telling her for years before the arrest was made. The bridge guy's Ron Logan. What about the 2 girls murdered in Iowa? They rode their bikes down to the river, and right on that particular day, Richard Allen is only miles away. The right man is in prison. Ridiculous. What? Oh, okay, we got another troll farm. Cowboy Kelly, 6590. It's funny to use the word cowboy because we know cowboy is one of the most unhinged, insane trolls on Delphi Murders. I wonder if you're the same one. Who are you? You're screaming a disinformation agent. Are you Kelly? Are you Tracy? Who are you? Cowboy Kelly 6590. Looks like you're Tracy with all these fucking allegations. Okay. Chief Deputy Sheriff is bridge guy, proven but ignored. Richard Allen is the killer. Case closed. Richard Allen had his fair trial. Nothing about it was fair or transparent. Convicting the wrong man is no justice at all. Truth flourishes in light and withers in darkness. Ooh. Everything being sealed until it's too late to matter. Ooh, truth. This bar Gull and the prosecution. Yeah. Go after them for prosecutorial misconduct. Look, the famous line cutter doing interviews. How special. He looks so fragile. No history of violence. Free Richard Allen. They desperately need to work on their juror selection process. When the only juror in the Delphi case did an interview and made comments, she thinks the prosecutor was hot, speaks volumes. How insane. And she forgot her glasses that day. Oof. From the very beginning, this case had a Mayberry level of inexperience, such an injustice, not only for Richard Allen, but also for this community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We demand a fair trial. If you ask if Richard Allen had a fair trial, you must be crazy. How does someone have a fair trial without evidence being presented? Ooh, Allison is 100% innocent. They did a terrible job now. They want a second bite? No, I don't think so. Oh, well, you know who that is? This guy right here, that's Troll Farm number fucking 1 right there. You know who that guy is? Look at that profile pic. That's Troll Farm right there I know it positively. Okay, he threatened to kill me already. This guy's threatened to kill me right here. Okay. But let's look so far. Okay, so far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then Troll Farm domestic terrorist is 1, and the other cowboy was 2. So we got 16-2 here. Okay. Keep going. Injustice system. Likelihood that Richard Allen did it is so minuscule. Okay, then we got someone in French. And then he says, most unfair trial I've seen in my life. Absolutely insane. Come on, U.S. judiciary. Get it right. Innocent man sitting in prison. They wanted a fall guy. Thank you for scratching the surface on what's truly happening. Local media has dropped the ball. Judge Gold was too biased against Richard Allen. She claimed no nexus. Look, it's Christina. Hey, Christina, you made it here. You don't see attorneys passionate over something unless there's something not right in the case. Crimson Clover, free Richard Allen, Indiana. Surely you have a heart. Critter Mama, if this was transparent, it might not have been an issue. However, you're not reporting at least 2 other confessions. Sad what Indiana cops put Mr. Allen through. They need to get in trouble, and the judge. Oof. Now that I know more, I think it would be in Rick's best interest if he appeals. Team filed ineffective assistance. I agree. This is a corrupt case from the beginning. Ooh. How do you feel about cutting lines? Specifically, how do you feel about taking one of the very limited spots belonging to the public? Ooh. Richard Allen, Libby and Abby need justice. Richard Allen needs to be out of that corrupt prison, and if not, released and then put somewhere safe until he gets a new trial. He's innocent. You guys are looking pathetic. Richard is guilty as charged. Okay, we got it. We got Sammy Day. Sammy Day is back to come troll on another channel. Look at that. But other than Sammy Day, let's count how many. Sammy Day is one. Okay, so then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way to the domestic terrorist. So we got 14 to 1. And like I said, the only two, notice you're getting numbers like 14 to 1, 15 to 1, and the only ones you have in there are trolls, like the one who threatened to kill me and Sammy Day. You see what I mean? Thank you, Yeah, it's Sammy Day again. It's Sammy Day, and it's the one who threatened to kill me several times. Well, one of the ones who threatened to kill me several times. So you see the numbers there? And let's keep looking. Okay, we'll just finish this one out because there are not that many. Judge is an embarrassment to the state of Indiana. McClellan needs disbarred. The world is watching, et cetera, et cetera. Ooh, they can't keep the suspect straight. Odinus or whatever. Well, this is just an ignorant person. Okay. What lawyers would keep fighting for a guilty man? None. They're passionate because they know he's innocent. Rick Allen has always deserved a fair trial. Fact. That didn't happen. He couldn't present a defense, so of course it wasn't a fair trial. Brad Weber lied about what he did after work. Said he checked on his ATMs. The ATMs have cameras? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 to 1. And the one is an ignorant old lady who probably needs to stop knitting with the fucking 500 cats and just go watch The Days of Our Lives or something. Okay, Patricia Educate. So she doesn't know what's going on. She's not a troll, I don't think. But again, even this 6 to 1. Okay, so that's that one. And so let's be fair. Let's do douchebag. Okay, look at douchebag. Which should we choose? Should we choose the 5-minute or let's do the full interview with Douchey McLachlan. Okay. Douchey McLachlan a month ago. Okay, so here we go. We can live 100 more years and not see a case like this one. We came out swinging and have been swinging for 8 years. No one deserved what they got. Not the defense team, not the prosecution, not law enforcement, not the families. We got to do better all the way around. We got to use some grace. We lost our humanity on this one. The investigation wasn't ideal. We are all left with unanswered questions. With that, I stood with the prosecution. Of course you would. But some interesting observations you make. At least you're a troll farm with a consciousness, okay? Because you know that you all threatened to kill everyone on the defense side. That means all of you. You all went after our families. You all went after our children, after our parents. You all went after our jobs. You all doxed us. You all threatened as much as you could. You tried to call us child molesters and all this shit. You know what you did. So yeah, you could use some grace on never doing that again. And you're damn right you're left with unanswered questions because there's no fucking answers when it comes to what has been presented to the public. And if you ever want answers, okay, unanswered questions, you know why you don't got them? Because this is not an answer to Abby and Libby. And until you get an answer to Abby and Libby, there'll always be unanswered questions. So what you should actually be doing is saying the prosecution was full of shit and we want actual answers for Abby and Libby. Okay. He should, trying to look like Mr. Rogers, but I see you. He should not be a prosecutor anymore. He should FaceTime himself over this. And whoever in Newcastle that refused to the wire offered from the drug dealer to pin these goddamn child molesters should never be allowed to walk. Ooh. The defense should have put him on the stand for voice comparison and analysis. Ooh. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby. And ooh, this interviewer sounded like she has no idea what she's talking about. Questions were terrible. Ooh. Nothing but the truth became everything but the truth. Ooh. Ah. Who hurt you, Nick? Ooh, who hurt you? Coming out swinging. Every comment is against him. Even this still can't think of one notices it. Okay. Nick McClellan, the biggest waste of Indiana tax dollars. Ooh, getting a false conviction is going to be the highlight of your career. Ooh. Whether Richard was wrongfully convicted or not, this case was a complete soap opera, the worst for all involved. Ooh, how about an obligation to the truth? Ooh, Master Mason McClellan, we're sick as our secrets. Ooh, what facts did you prove? The amount of bullshit he perpetuated must have been hard as well. Ooh, what's up with his ever-changing looks? Try some dry shampoo and confidence. He's a paid puppet. Ooh, we saw the footage, Nick. The white van, 2:45 p.m., you lying scumbag. Ooh, Holman and Leslie broke the law with safekeeping hearing. Illegally, ooh, yeah, lies. Ooh, one word. Free Richard Allen. Ooh, McClellan is a piece of shit, slimier than a wet turd sliding out of Gold's ass after her binger. Ooh, I'm really happy I watched this. I appreciate the prosecution side. Oh, the first troll. Okay, so let's see. Let's count those. Well, that one we'll call a neutral. Okay, we'll just skip neutral, miss neutral. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, 24 to 1, y'all. 24 to 1. Prosecutor starts to sweat. You're the two most rancid people I've heard to date. I've never been able to say I've moved away from Indiana for numerous reasons. This rancid pig had evidence in hand and twisted the witness testimony to fit his own theory. Your job is to get the right guy, not just the first guy who sort of fits, kinda. Ooh. Y'all, these comments, such a slime ball. What a soft interview. The family, it's so hard for him to even remember that 2 girls were murdered because he's friends with the family. No, he's related to Libby's family. His family is related. The McClellans are related to the Germans, everybody. If you don't already know that, you need to know that. Check out Brad German and his wife. What question did McClellan answer with one word? Yes. Wow, that spoke volumes. No hard questions, lies, like you were communicating with a certain YouTube creator. Like these were prepared ahead of time. Ooh, yeah. Did he look at all the people living overseas that knew about the van that only killer would know? Ooh, he lost his career's in the shitter. Yeah. He looks like Ned Flanders. They didn't want those photos out because they show Abby was not wearing the same shoes on Snapchat as the ones found at the crime scene. Ooh, these people in this comment section are great. Good Lord, the comments are a dumpster fire. Manson groupies drinking. Oh, we got a troll farm. Manson groupies. Okay, yeah. No, these comments are right on. So okay, Manson groupies. That's the one. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. Uh-oh, did I lose my spot? We did. Go back again. Oh, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to 1. Okay, and they go on and on and on and on. I'm not going to keep doing it with this video, but you can see it's 24 to 1, 14 to 1 in this one. Okay, let's go back a few months. I got to do the Kathy Skank just because look at her. Boy, that's a face of evil if there ever was one. Look at that. That's a face of darkness. The dark hearts of Delphi. Mount up. Jesus. Okay. Let's go ahead. Sort by newest. Look, there's 532 comments on this. First one, 4 days ago. Something is not all right. Things don't add up. Oh, that's okay, Kathy Skank. Okay, Kathy. First one says, something ain't right. Will you guys like Keith Sweat? Something, 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 something just ain't right. Something, 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 something just ain't right. Okay. Research body language and what it means to talk with eyes closed. Kathy Skank. Professional child trafficking kidnapper. Her career was built upon falsified testimony against innocent parents. Psychologists like Dr. Walla, who actually work for the state and make shit diagnosis against innocent parents. Very well practiced in assisting the court fraud and framing innocent parents to steal children. The state profits from the kidnapper Shanks and ASFA. Ooh, that's a rough one. The long blinks are a tell. Crack the case. How so, biatch? Ooh, look at all of this. Discovery of the lost tip. Ooh, someone wrote cleared. Ooh, if this tip did not come, look at this amazing from Margaret Lee. Someone may or may not have followed up on persons who self-reported. What's not being mentioned, if there was actually any actual tip or not. How in the hell would FBI leave this town alone to solve this case? They can't even properly explain why RA was or became a suspect still. Look at this. Look at all this shit. Not sure the prosecutor intent. Look at all this. From an actual ritual to potentially a mere understood signature from a crazed individual. Why would the actual crime scene so sacred or secretive? There was never that need. Look at that. What tentacles does 5'4" CBS man have? Just go over the crime scene and figure out who's responsible. She's a liar and she helped frame an innocent man. How did she do it? It's hard to tell if he's innocent or not, but I'd rather be safe than someone innocent than spending the rest of their lives behind bars. Kathy Shank had no business involved in this investigation. She cleared LeRon Logan's tip. How can you believe that? She's guilty of hindering prosecution and tampering with evidence. She's a demented joke. She's shame on Indiana. She needs to be charged and jailed. And now she probably feels like a heroine. I don't think she's done that much good. She ain't crack-ish. She's a liar. Innocent man in prison while the killers are for free. She can't keep her eyes open while talking. My biggest issue is they, by definition, tortured Richard Allen to the point of confession. Then boosted their case or bolstered with dubious junk science. I hope she realizes she helped to send an innocent man to prison. She ain't crack shit. Over the years, America has given the world some of the best jokes ever. Indiana is one of the best yet. Look at all these. Look, the first one, Sammy Day. Oh, I have Apophis. You still here? All of those great comments. And here comes Sammy Day, 3321. The 3341. 3341. Isn't that Masonic? 3341. Yeah. We are one, aren't we? 33. Okay. But look, okay, so we got Sammy Day right here. This lady is wonderful. Oh, I want to lick her ass crack. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, she's, I'm so believing the state's narrative, says Sammy Day. But listen, as opposed to Sammy Day, who do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which gets a special mention. I mean, Margaret Lee just knocked it out of the park. 15, 16, 17, 18 to 1. 18 to 1, Sammy Day. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Look, she's Becky Patty's best friend. Probably so. Yeah, probably so. And her late husband and Ron Logan were good friends too, says Chastity. Her 15 minutes of fame, God is what? Like I'm saying, you can't make this shit up. That's the Kathy Skank. And listen, there's more and more. Just goes back and back and back and back and back in time. You see? You see what I'm trying to convey to you all? It just goes and goes and goes. No matter where I click, you're going to see the same. 24 to 1, 14 to 1, 25 to 1, 13 to 1. You see? Okay, that's so we did WTHR, WRTV. What is this? WRTV. Let's do Fox 59. I'm just going to do a couple from Fox. Okay, let's do this one. 4-minute video from Libby's. Okay, this is from 3 weeks ago. Oh, thank you, Frank Meister. All right, this is the receipts, y'all. Oh my God, you cannot make this shit up. Oh, y'all. This is Frank. You can thank Frank Meister. Okay, you know how I'm saying 23 to 1, 14 to 1, 10 to 1, 9 to 1. Okay, this right here, Libby German's step parents or grandparents from 3 weeks ago, 6.5K views. Okay, this right here was like 90 to 1. That's why the comments are turned off here. You see, comments turned off. The comments are turned off because it was a bloodbath. This right here with Pecky and Mike Batty. Pecky and Mike Batty 3 weeks ago with little Rafael Sanchez. It was literally probably, I would say, it was more like probably 57 to 1. How bad those comments were. And old Frank Shyster, Frank Shyster had to Frank Shyster had to have the comments turned off. And like I said, you went to Facebook and literally it was Tara German, me, Michaela Babcock, and some lank family member against the 31 others. All right. But y'all, oh, look at this. We should go to this one. We should look at these two and then call it a night. How about this? Because look, I want to show you why. This one is a month ago. Juror in Delphi murders case talks about historic trial. There's 7.4 thousand views. Okay, and let's look at this one. Delphi police chief resigns amid scrutiny, and there's 75,000 views. So let's go to juror from a month ago. Okay, juror. Okay, going to newest first. Okay, look at here. Bridge guys, Ron Logan. Terrible decision. Sorry if I need more evidence than that, for fuck's sake. Okay. I get it. It's tough to think you convicted the wrong person. This trial was a farce, presided over by an animal that bounces and calls Australia home. How does she feel now? It's a kangaroo court, is what this person said. How does she feel now? And the murder shits. That juror is dumb as she can be. Good job. He's clearly bridge guy. Oh, your first stupid ass. Okay, but look, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Okay. Now, you know who this is, Scotty Peabody, right? Okay. He is guilty. Look, another sheep. Okay. But let's see. One person heard Richard. How could the jury know that he's guilty? Richard was in prison before trial. But okay, yeah. Why don't they get on camera? Murder sheet leaked sealed info. Murder shits. Innocent man in prison. Standard American woman. Fortunately, we do not ever need to hear from murder shits again. Jury got it faster than most of us did. Timeline leaves no doubt. Oh, a fucking dumbass. Okay, so let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1. And it's the same. I'm not going to keep going. But you see what it's like. Okay. And let's go to the Delphi police chief, since there's 75,000 people here. 75,000 views. Chief Lamar needs to go to jail. Good old boys had him a new job before he resigned from this one. Chief ignored the Constitution. Lying under oath is perjury. An honest judge that didn't play ball with the cops. We done found us a legal unicorn. The behavior will never stop until we start holding people accountable. Delphi is a place I wouldn't want to go. Resigns, he should be prosecuted. With all the questions being asked about Richard Allen's trial, you'd think he'd be more careful. I guess old habits are hard to break. Put him in prison. Don't worry, he won't be unemployed long. There's lots of crooked little towns for him. Why wasn't he arrested? Resigns, no doubt, with full pension intact. I know we need cops. Lord knows we need, but we need cops doing legal things the right way. Got his pension, no doubt. Can only think of all the innocent people sitting in jail because of him. Blah, blah, blah. This loser is going to get hired by another department. Resignation, move next county over. The only reason cops commit these acts is because they feel untouchable. Resigns, translation, he can go work for another department with no consequences. Blah, blah, blah. Blue line constitutional violator, violated the Fourth Amendment to see how they swore into the Constitution and don't uphold. A cop lying, is anyone surprised? White, racist cop. Why isn't he in jail for perjury? No criminal charges? Look, it's like 100%, y'all. 100%. Look at it. It's literally 100%. I don't see one. I'm looking for one. Look, this one says, give us his home address. Cops hate the Constitution. Cops today are pathetic. What a shocker. A cop lied. Just another domestic terrorist with a badge. Qualified immunity. Never trust a pig. Audit the Indiana State Police. Corrupt law enforcement in Delphi. Say it ain't so. I'm so shocked. He's good. He's a snake. Jail and a lawsuit. Bro, this one's literally 100%. Well, y'all, listen. I gotta end this shit. Look. Yeah, good one. Where's Sammy Day? That one was 100. That one was that one was 100 to 0. All right, y'all. Well, here's what I gotta say. Look, have I made my point with you? So, what's my point again? Let's circle back and reiterate that point. The point is, I'm not fucking lying. Okay? People see what's happening, and it's a wake up. Okay, it's a wake up call. People are waking up. Information. Listen, I've said it from the beginning. We've not tried to convince anyone of anything. Okay, like that. See, that's the difference between Troll Farm and me. When I came onto this internet and to this YouTube, you know why I did it? Because so many of the people in my Discord, those who've been with me a long time, you might remember where I started was Discord. I know most of you won't understand that. Most of you are new here, but way back 2 years ago, when I started with this community, when I started in this community, it was Discord. Okay? And the reason I decided to start a YouTube is because everyone in the Discord was so supportive. Okay? The Discord, I was like, man, I like having 50 or 100 friends in my little Discord channel. It's nice to have 100 folks like to chit chat with. It's like the largest group text I had ever done. You know, I'm used to doing 2 or 3 people in a group text. But to have 100 in the Discord and everyone's friendly, getting along and having a great time and sharing ideas, I liked it. And I thought, you know what I should do for the Discord? I should make a YouTube channel. So instead of being relegated to Discord, we can all come on to YouTube, and I'll do a YouTube channel and we'll all have a good time on YouTube instead of Discord. And it'll be a little more conducive to doing presentations and things like this that we do. Well, little did I know that there were a few moles in the Discord, because what happened with these troll farm, with this PR campaign, they use moles. So they'll put moles to come into your community to report back to everyone. So what happened is they basically used my Discord as a weapon against me. Okay. And they started in the Discord. They would screenshot, and you know, it's the same fucking troll farm. Of course it was. I don't need to call their names. They're irrelevant. They're meth heads. They walk with canes. They have sex with their own family members. They're related to the KKK members. They're bikers. You know, it's the same old fucking retards in Indiana. But these troll farm, they were doing screenshots, and look, they would do a little screenshot in the Discord, and then they'd send it to Tommy Frost and the other and say, "Look what Prof said," and start all kind of shit. And they started all kind of disasters and shit, and because they were doing it like a snake, they were two-faced. I didn't know who it was, and I was like, oh, okay. So they want to do shit like this? They want to do shit like this? Let me do this. Let me do this. I'll fucking nuke that Discord. Fuck that Discord. I don't need that fucking Discord. That Discord was for the people. It wasn't for me. You know, so what I did, I nuked the fucking Discord. I said, okay, no, first, let me say, I was fair. I was fair. First thing I did, I said, whoever did it, come clean. Come clean. Come clean. Come on, come clean. If you did it, just come clean and say you did it, and I'll just boot you. I just want you out, the shit starters, because I don't need the drama in my life. Look, I come from the South. The thing that people don't like in the South is the messy old Southern ladies. So in the South, the little old gossip old ladies, the little shit starters are the people who are frowned upon in the South. Because it's like, we don't need your old fucking drama. So I just wanted them to come clean so I could get you out of here and we could have our nice Discord. Well, no one would come clean. So I nuked the Discord. And the funny thing is, after I nuked it, then I had a couple people from the other side come tell me, okay, who it was. So I had a couple people message me privately and say, Prof, you didn't hear this from me, but it was Jinx. And it was another one. And so when they told me who it was, they told me the 2 or 3. I said, oh, yeah? That's funny because I already knew that. Well, it's funny because, see, at the time, they were setting me and Rick Snay against each other. So when I got to talking to Rick, I said, like, Rick, the problem is, like, I never really, like, the thing is, we never had anything personal. That was the funniest thing. He said, no, Prof, I'll tell you exactly what it was. I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was a few of them were constantly sending me screenshots all day long, every single day, trying to piss me off with you. You know, like Jinx. And I said, because the same ones that he named, the same 2 or 3 that he named, were the same 2 or 3 who were in my Discord that others named as doing it. And they all added up. And I said, it's the Troll Farm Executive Committee. That's who's caused the problems between everyone. Busted. So then I called Alex. Hey, hey, Alex, little question for you. And Alex said, yeah, Prof, yeah, it's the same ones.
It's the same ones behind the scenes. They're saying the same shit. They're trying to start shit, but they're saying they want peace, but they're really starting shit. You don't say, the same ones, huh? But in the as far as everyone's aware, they're calling for peace. They want peace, and they're victims advocates. But what they're really doing behind the scenes is they're saying this, that, and that. So that was the genesis of YouTube, because Discord was a nice place to talk to people, a nice place for a little community, until the fucking devils got in there and they started doing their devil shit with all of us. And I'm glad I nuked it, because it's much nicer to do what we were doing here than there. But it's a damn shame, because they took that Discord away from you, not from me. Um, Anyhow, that's why I don't like Discord, because still to this day it's being used. You see that it's something spiritual about it. Notice the name Discord. What is Discord? What is Discord? Discord is the opposite of concord. It's it's when things are discordant or not coming together. And Discord is, it suits public social discord, chaos. And that's what it has always been used for in the little true crime community groups. That's why I don't fucking do it. And you know, the funny thing is, I still get screenshots to this day. People send me and they say, "Prof, you know what they're saying in the Discord?" And I say, "Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do." Because they're upset. They're upset because they don't like being exposed. But what I say is, don't fucking do it. Look, I never cared. The thing about the Discord that they didn't seem to understand, I didn't care about the screenshotting in the Discord, because anything I say anywhere, I will stand behind. I'll say it publicly. I'll say it privately. I'll say it in text messages. I'll say it on the telephone. I'll say it in front of you, in front of the world. You see, what I cared about was the motivation behind it, that you're going to try to use my words as tinder or as a spark to create fucking chaos and destruction and fighting and drama. You're stirring up shit. And that's what I didn't like. So I'd rather them do it here. I'd rather say, "Hey, hate watchers, clip me saying something you don't like and send it," okay? Because I'm cool with that. Anyway, I so appreciate everyone being here, man. And I guess that's why I'm closing out and saying, you are my community here. You're my little family. I talk to you and spend more time with you than my family these days, and that's kind of odd, but it's cool. It means that we are more of a family than family in some ways, and that's good. And I hope that you understood my intention today to show you about these YouTube streets, kind of the feeling. And remember, some of those comments we were looking at go back 4 months. So we've taken a look at the past. We've taken a look at the past week, the past month, the past 2 months, the past 3 months, and the past four. I didn't go back much further than that, but to give you an idea of the feeling on these YouTube streets since sentencing, and looking at the weighting or the weight in the comments, and to see how it is that when I'm telling you that this community truly has it's turned around, the tide has turned, the public awakening is really happening. It's not the fact that we've ever tried to convince anyone what to think or how to think. It's that we find things alarming that we want to be able to speak about freely, and to show you. we want to show you what is alarming to us. And that's what's been my mission, is to, when I open these filings up and show you the filings and we read through them together and I say, what the hell? Or when we look at the old evidence in Delphi, all the old screenshots and the fucking Kyle Smith and the fake Abbeys on the bridge and all of the fucking statements from the family, all of the statements from the law enforcement, the fucking Anthony Shots debacle, and all the shit we've ever looked at. These are things that don't sit well in my gut, and I've wanted to share with you. So I'm so glad to share them with you all. And so it's pleasing to me, and what's the word? It's fulfilling to me to see the public start to see and feel some of the very things that I've seen and felt over the years in my gut about this, the things that don't set right with me. And I know that all of you who are watching and in the chat, you see and feel the same. We all have these things that don't sit right with us. And that's something that plagues Delphi. And listen, I've always repeated this little story about how when I was a young man and Susan Smith killed her kids, that really upset me. Okay, that really upset me because you look, these were little kids that she killed. She killed her little kids. And I remember that when she did that and she got her ass on CNN and whatever it was and blah, blah, blah with the duping delight, I remember looking at that even as a young man. And I looked at that with my eyes kind of, and I said, that don't sit right with me. And I had a gut feeling. And I said, she's fucking lying. She's lying about her kids. She killed those. It's like she's lying about something. And this was day 1, day 2, day 3. And it was that irking feeling in my gut, in my center, right here in the navel, that uneasiness, and I just knew it. And what happened? Months went by, time went by, and the moon came and passed, and the sun rise, the sunset, day turned into week, and as time clicked on by, what was revealed? She was a nasty, dirty piece of shit child killer who selfishly drowned her own children for her own benefit and had the nerve. This is the part that's infuriating about it. She had the nerve to get in front of those cameras and lie to the world about it and think that she would get away with it. Now, why do you always tell that story, Prof? Well, it's not a good reason. The reason I tell that story is because Delphi is a carbon copy of that in my gut and my heart and my mind. When I look at Delphi from day 1, I've had that same instinct. And hey, no one can tell me that I'm wrong about that because you can't tell me what I feel and what I don't. And so I'll leave it at that. It's tears. It's tears. I mean, really, every time I say I'm on the verge of tears, it's because it's a gut-wrenching thing. It's a gut wrenching thing. So gut wrenching thing always pull on the heartstrings and make you nearly come to tears because you just think, what the hell, man? Anyhow, I love you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks so much for thank you, Noe. Welcome in, meow, meow. Anyhow, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who came tonight. I wish we could have gone through. I mean, I really did want to go through like hundreds of more of those comments. God have mercy. It's a bloodbath in those YouTube streets. But I recommend you do it for real. For real. You see what I did to get those? I typed in Delphi and WTHR, you know, Delphi and WRTV. And I typed in Delphi and Fox 59. And you do that sort of thing, and you'll pull up all their Delphi content, and then you can just start exploring the comment sections. Pardon. And I'm telling you, if you just go read through those comment sections, you're not going to feel alone. You know? And hey, I would even say you should leave a comment because I'm sort of guilty of that. I'll get there. Shibby, listen. I told you it's a new computer. Do you think I have time to fucking learn every in and out of this? You're lucky this is even functioning. Okay. You're lucky this is even functioning. Me and new stuff don't work out too well, but it's a new computer. I don't know how to use it yet, but I'm getting there. I don't have a trackpad on this thing. I have a mouse. You see, I got the mouse. So I have to figure out how do I do it with the mouse. But I guess what I was going to say is go to those comment sections and add your comments. That's what I want to say. I think that's what you can do. You can add those comments and let your voice be heard more. I should do it more because I rarely comment. I tend to comment every blue moon, not every video. So I should do a better job at leaving comments. But let your voices be heard. But as you can tell after tonight, I mean, if I haven't proven it, look, I didn't go ahead and choose which videos I were going to show you. I was randomly selecting videos off those channels. So that's just a random sampling. Okay? That's a random sampling. And if you go do your own random sampling, you'll see a bunch of the same. And it's a bloodbath out there in these YouTube streets when it comes to Delphi. And it should be. So God bless you all. Oh, did Court TV get slipped? Yeah, I didn't think to go do that, but maybe I should. Maybe we'll do a part 2 of this one, and we'll go explore some Court TV and some others. No, but like I said, they're all fucked now because their hand has been shown, and it's an empty hand, and we are all there together now. You know, we made it through the real crazy shit, and now we're here on this other side, and we're there for accountability now. And that, I guess, that's the bottom line that I'm trying to get to is we want accountability. Now is the time for accountability, whether that be appeals, a new trial, people go to jail. I think heads should roll at a minimum, and then probably people should be prosecuted. I think there have been crimes have been committed. I think there's been perjury. I think there's been contempt of court. I think there's possibly been obstruction of justice. There's definitely been witness intimidation. There's been so many crimes committed, and I want to see some justice be served on this community, honestly. And that's my point. Justice on this community. All right. So God bless you all. God bless Abby and Libby. God bless all of the supporters here on this channel. You guys really showed me a lot of beautiful love tonight. Appreciate that. And for those of you on the replay, please do that as well. Understand you can leave comments in the comment section. I always love reading comments. Appreciate the comments. I do read all the comments. I don't ignore them. So I will read the comments. If you leave a comment, hit that thumb up. Also, please leave a Cash App. I love the Cash App. The Cash App support the channel the most. But everything supports the channel that you might do. But I do appreciate you so much. And also, please subscribe to our various YouTubers who are in the live chat. As you watch the replay, you may see some other YouTube channels in the live chat. Go subscribe to their channels as well. They're all wonderful. And even the hate watchers. Thank you for hate watching. I'm sure you'll take some screenshots and do some clips and get some hate going. And go ahead and good luck with that. You deserve every bit of it, because you shouldn't threaten to kill people on the internet. It's not going to end up good for you. Anyway, with that being said, good night. And Michael Sear, good night. Thanks for coming. Amy, thank you so much for being here. Miss Kay, Nancy Drew, Jim Chrisman, Gretchen, Just James, thank you. Rhonda Holton, Kay, Nino Dino, 5 Green Acres, Sweet Dude Shibby, Jade, Christina, Heavy Brown, everybody, Lisa, L'Oreal, Trial Junkie, Rhonda Holton. Let me shout out to Mark Ellis again for the super chat. Mark Ellis, Jennifer Hoff, It's a New Day, Kate Eleanor, Amy, Heavy Brown gave a super chat. Kathy S, Keith, Spike Dog, Kate Eleanor, Lisa gave a super chat. Kaleida Hope, Deb, Kate, Michael Lewis, Mama J, Rebecca, April Nunya, Lee with Love gave a super chat. Oleg Cat, Kate U, 5 Green Acres, Miss K, Kathy Wright, L'Oreal, Nancy Drew, Dennis McKean, Can't Think of One, gave a super chat. Jade, Niobe gave a super chat. Kaleida Hope, Noe gave a super chat. Pam Sheehan became a member. Faith Ross gave a super chat. Just James. All kind of people supported the channel tonight. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you for sticking it out. We've been here 4 hours. So thank you, Jim Chrisman. You said you have many times. You gave super chats. Thank you for giving super chats. All right. I don't know what you got. Maybe that's not what you meant, but I appreciate all of you guys for being here. And I'm out of here. My voice is shot. It's a long show. But good to see you all here. Okay, bye everyone. Yep. Hide your wives, hide your children, hide your husbands, because they got raped up in these projects. All right. Donate to Noe. Okay, donate to Noe. There you go. Give Noe a Cash App for being Noe. Okay. Good night to everyone. I'm happy to see you all. 4 more hours. Yeah, 4 more hours. I'll be passed out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cook my tuna steak and salad. That's going to be my late night dinner, and it's going to be a good one. But I better get moving. Okay. Yeah, thank you for helping me tonight. I met my goal, and I'm happy about that. I didn't have to put myself in YouTube jail. So God bless everyone. Good night. Hug your kids, hug your wife, and yeah, go read some YouTube comments. It's entertaining. You enjoy it. All right. God bless everyone. Thanks for coming, y'all.